Word of prayer. We need God's blessings to be able to proceed well. Thank you.
Thank you, my commissioner. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you for this beautiful morning, and as we gather here to deliberate on issues of development of comprehensive land inventory, may the Holy Spirit guide us and all that we discuss be useful to the public and the government that we serve. Amen.
Yeah, thank you so much for that prayer. I'm sure it covers all of us, whether we are Catholics, Protestants, Muslims, and name it. We invited people from 13 districts, including MBARARA City. And among these, we invited political heads. We invited technical heads of these districts and cities. We invited people who are in the land sector as technical people. We invited civil society organizations, district land boards, religious leaders, the media, and many others. So you can see it's a cross-section of different people, and we definitely need their perspectives on the issue we are dealing with today, the issue of government land, developing a government land inventory, a comprehensive one. We need inputs, we need perspectives from all these different stakeholders. So we are happy as a commission that you've been able to come, and we hope you will engage with us. Now, very quickly, let's do very quick introductions so that we know who is here. But by way of introduction, you just mention your name, the district where you come from, and your position in the district, whether you are a mayor or a town clerk, or just for us to have a feel of who is before us. Thank you. I will request Letitia maybe to move a microphone around, but let's try to do it as quickly as possible. Tell us your name, where you come from, and the position you hold. And let's do it very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. And maybe, no, wait. I think it was an omission on my part. Maybe let me introduce the members of the Uganda Land Commission, so that, because we are the hosts, so that you know who is here. We are privileged to have the chairperson of the Uganda Land Commission, Professor Penny Mogi Nyeko, is with us here. And we are happy that Professor Nyeko is with us. Professor Nyeko, I'm sure many of you have either met him before, you've read about him. He's a professor, like you have heard me addressing him. He was the first vice chancellor of Gulu University. He set it up and laid a very good foundation. He was a member of the Constituent Assembly. He was a member of Parliament. He has served on various boards as a chairperson, like the one of NEMA, the National Council for Higher Education. And recently, he was even appointed as the Chancellor of MBARARA University of Science and Technology. So that's the person who is at the helm of the institution. Professor Nyeko, once again, thank you so much for coming. Next to him on his right is Honorable Christine Apollo Mongin. She's also a member of the commission, and she's a former minister in the NRM government. Next is Commissioner Haji Asmani Chafu. He's a member of the Uganda Land Commission. He was also a leader before he joined the commission. He used to be the LCF5 chairperson of the Greater Iganga district before it was carved out into so many different entities. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for coming. We have Mr. Augustine Bujara Ruchika. He's also a member of the commission. Mr. Ujara used to work with local governments. He served as CAO in many districts. He also served as a town clerk. So he's a very senior citizen in this country. And he helps us as a commission to appreciate perspectives from the local government sector. We also have colleagues who are seated on the next table. We have Commissioner Kasenge, John Fisher, Tom. Commissioner Kasenge used to be an RDC, again in various districts before he joined the commission. We also have Honorable Rosemary Tumusime Bikaku. She's a member of the commission, and she was also a member of parliament for Entebbe municipality. We have two other commissioners who are not here. And again, why I'm just trying to give you some brief about members of the commission is for you to have the comfort that there is able leadership, there is experienced leadership at the commission. I've seen some skeptics in other places who think that members of commissions people who have failed either politically or, or they are being favored by the president because they have issues. No, these are, like you've heard, these are very competent and very highly trained and exposed people. And it happens even in other commissions. So whoever has that kind of perception, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's high time you dropped it. We also have our head of the technical team, Mr. Andrew Nyumba. He heads the secretariat, so he's the secretary to the commission. He has a team, but they will be introducing themselves so that you can even get to know them in person. So I think let's move the microphone around very quickly and we get to know who is here. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohozi Michael. I am the Deputy RDC MBARARA District. I welcome you.
Kachebezo Robert is my name. I'm the city mayor.
Good morning, everyone. Nyijuka is my name, Assistant RDC Jehura.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kagiga Miriam Mugisha, the RDC Ntungamo District.
I'm Kevironji Rose, Deputy Kaushema District.
Shawi Fred Rugara, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, Rwampara District Local Government.
Fred Kaliesubula, Chief Administrative Officer, Buhweju District Local Government.
Boyenza Joffrey, District Staff Surveyor, Bushenyi Local Government.
Gordon Tayebwa, Land Committee Chairman, Central Division of Bushenyi District.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pist Vakuna. I'm from Bushenyi. I'm a land board member, but I'm representing land board chairman who has just lost his mom.
Mahangzabaz is my name, District Commitment Officer, Bushenyi.
Good morning. I'm Mutuzo Frida, Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Land Use Regulation and Compliance, Ministry of Lands.
Good morning. My name is Tugume Bernard. I'm a principal physical planner in the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development.
Dear Governor, Chairman Area Land Committee, Roma, Sub-County, Ntungamo District.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarasmin Salim. I work with a marketing agency. I'm also a social media influencer.
Good morning. I am Evelyn Chomjisha, Senior Land Management Officer, Rwampara District Local Government.
Morning, my name is Ham Muhumuza, District Fiscal Planner, Rwampara.
I am Triaibwe Barnabas, District Staff Surveyor, Rwampara.
Dr. Begumsa de Gracias, District Production Officer, Rwampara.
Fiona Dembire, Shema District Local Government, District Fiscal Planner.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner Barbara, Senior Land Management Officer, Shema District Local Government.
Good morning, everyone. Wilband Yamova Misho is my name. Senior Land Officer, Isenjo District.
Muhwezi Anthony, Senior Land Management Officer, Mutoma District.
Tashobia Daniel Kamjisha is my name. A Senior Assistant Secretary, Shema District Local Government.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the protocol that has been established. I'm Alex Akampura. I work with UBC Radio as a programs coordinator.
Good morning. I'm Zahura Best, Staff Surveyor, Buhweju District.
Alex Bushire is my name. Physical Planner, Buhweju District.
Evans Black is my name. District Staff Surveyor, Chalora.
Maybe before we proceed, let me also take the opportunity to introduce the Acting Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Madam Mariam Zandia. I'm sorry, it was an oversight on my part, so we have the Acting Technical Head of the Ministry with us here. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nwarinda Emily, the Senior Land Management Officer, Buhweju District.
Good morning to you all. My name is Mazama Isaiah, the District Environment Officer, Buhweju District Local Government.
Mukayara Festo, Chairperson, District Land Board, Ntungamo District.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominic Tinamasiku. I'm the Chairman, District Land Board, Rubiris District.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Zora Godwin, Town Clerk of Toche Town Council, Mutoma District.
Good morning. I'm on Bazirake for Physical Planner Mitoma. Thank you.
Good morning. Asimwe Emre Muzungu, Principal Agriculture Officer Mitoma, representing the DPO.
Morning, all of you. Barugale Fatima from Rubirizi, Chairperson and Committee.
Basaja Joseph, Chairman Area Land Committee, Marara City North.
Tumwine Samuel, Chairman Area Land Committee, Mbara State South.
Haji Samugenze Yahaya, Member, Mbarara State Land Board, representing Chairperson, Mr. Barabanawi Francis.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chris Jarabogo Team, Accountant Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning, Musenze Samuel, Land Officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning, Dennis Musinguzi, Principal Land Officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Idude. I'm the Uganda Land Commission Principal Land Officer.
Good morning. I'm Teremo Brutus, training staff, Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning, everyone. By appellation, I'm Wamboga Alex. By God's grace, I'm the land officer for Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning. My name is Paul Kansime, graduate trainee, Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning. My name is Fiolina Habwenyamwiza, Finance Officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning. My name is Agnes Naivari, Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning. My name is Muzale Harriet, a records officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning. My name is Winfred Nandugwa, Senior Land Officer, Uganda Land Commission.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Akampora Ezra, Physical Planner, Chirwa District.
Bagambe John is the District Natural Resources Officer, MBARARA.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I'm by names of Reverend Father Innocent K. Muhwezi, the Diocesan Land Supervisor, the Archdiocese of MBARARA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amos Tumukunde for District Environment Officer, Rubiris District.
I'm by the names of Atwanjere Hono, Town Clerk, Rubiris Town Council, Rubiris District.
Good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. My name is Nakawya Grace. I'm the District Natural Resources Officer, Kazo District.
I'm Lilian Ampire, Fiscal Planner, Kazo District.
Good morning. My name is Ashawa Christine, from Ministry of Lands, House and Urban Development as a Communications Officer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bruce Murunji, Communications, Ministry of Lands.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Judith Katutu, Staff Surveyor, KAZ.
Good morning, everyone. Agasha Katugunda, Senior Lands Officer, Kazo District.
Morning, members. My name is Alphonse Angulo, Principal Land Officer, MBARARA Zonal Office.
Good morning, everyone. I'm B. Brian, cartographer, MBARARA.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Darren.
Good morning once again. I'm Jonan Tinka Manyere, District Physical Planner, Rubirizi.
Tomushabe Nelson is my name, Senior Land Management Officer, Rubirizi District.
Tuyatunga Patrick Aboaz, Natural Resources Officer, Shema.
Daula Nicholas, Monitoring and Evaluation Officer, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irumba Henry Harrison, Assistant Commissioner in charge of Policy, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think so far, so good. I don't know what's happening. Maybe I hope someone is not trying to sabotage us. Mr. Chairman, Professor, I think you've had this representation from almost 13 places. Oh, sorry, we forgot one of our dear participants. Kindly take the microphone to her.
Catherine Helen Kamwene, the resident city commissioner MBARARA and the host.
Oh, can you, Madam RCC, sorry, it was not intentional, it was an omission. Dear participants, I've just been informed there are name tags in the bags that were given. So kindly put it on. That is an instruction from one of the organizers. So I was basically saying that from the introductions, we have representation from all the districts. I'm sure many others will be coming in, but I think this is good enough. So I'm glad we took a decision to proceed. Let me now invite Madame Letitia Kamara to take us through the objectives of our being here. You know, we don't want to remain guessing. Why are we here? What are the objectives of this workshop? Madame Letitia, you are set? Yeah. So let's listen very, very attentively so that we get to know what we have, why we have come here. What is the scope of our discussions going to be? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MBARARA City. My job today is to take us through why we are here. DJ, please, thank you. So we are looking at why we are here, and I will take you through it to fast forward the engagement. Next page, please. The purpose of the workshop. Purpose of the workshop, DJ. Up. It's the second page. Second slide, please. Second. Next. Thank you. So the purpose of the workshop is to bring together key government institutions, stakeholders, to build a common understanding and shared commitment towards the development of the Uganda's first comprehensive land inventory. And therefore, the workshop is going to look at 10 specific objectives. And the first objective is to create awareness. DJ, next. The first objective is to create awareness. Yes. We are here to create awareness. This is to create a clear understanding of what the inventory is, why it's being developed, and its role in protecting public land. Then, the next objective is to explain the legal framework. Here, it will include the constitutional mandate of the ULC, the National Land Policy, and the Land Act, and other instruments underpinning the exercise. The third objective is to present the methodology. This includes the technical approach, implementation phases, data requirements, verification, surveying, and digital systems. The fourth objective is to validate the framework. We are going to gather technical input from MDAs, local governments, development partners to refine the design. Then we have to clarify institutional roles. We are going to define the responsibilities of the ULC, the responsibilities of the Ministry of Lands, the invited MDAs, local governments, survey and mapping, and security agencies. And next is to mobilize commitment from our stakeholders. This is to secure institutions to nominate focal persons per institution, submit land records, and support field verification. The next objective is to promote coordination. This coordination will enable collaboration and the sharing of land records, cadastral data, and other relevant data sets. Then we shall discuss challenges and solutions to address fragmented records, untitled lands, encroachment, and overlapping mandates, and inadequate data. We shall build consensus. Here, this is to agree to immediate actions, timelines, communication channels that we're going to use, and the support required for the rollout. And then finally, the 10th objective is strengthening land governance. Ultimately, this will establish a comprehensive, accurate, and geo-enabled inventory that will, therefore, protect government land from encroachment and fraudulent transactions, improve planning and delivery of public infrastructure, support government land titling and registration, enhance collection of non-tax revenue from government land, reduce land disputes, litigation, and compensation costs. It will also improve transparency, accountability, and evidence-based decisions. And finally, it will safeguard government assets from current and future generations. A collaborative national process. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, today's workshop marks the beginning of a collaborative national process that will help in the success, where success depends on active participation of every ministry, department, agency, and local government that all have been invited here. Therefore, we look forward to your constructive discussions and valuable recommendations, and together we lay the foundation for a modern, secure, transparent land management systems in Uganda. Thank you.
Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you so much, Madam Letitia, for taking us through the objectives of this engagement. Maybe for your information, this exercise has already started. We had an engagement at the national level That was last month, beginning of last month. We met at Mestil and invited all the key stakeholders at the national level for them to appreciate why we want to do this exercise and the roles we want them to play. Then from that, we started on regional engagements. We were in Mukono sometime about 2 weeks ago, and then we were also in Masaka last week, and now we are here. Then from here, we shall be proceeding to cover it, and we'll cover the entire country because we want to be on the same page. We want all of us to appreciate that we need to protect government land. By the way, when we talk of government land, this is land for me and you. This is land for future generations. Because whatever government wants to do with this land, ultimately, it benefits us. Whether it is a road, we are the ones who use these roads. Whether it's a hospital, we are the ones who got these hospitals. Whether it's the environment being protected or wetlands, yes, we are the beneficiaries. So we have a very big stake as citizens of this country. But it's just that Uganda Land Commission has a mandate to hold and manage government land. That's why we are taking lead together with the ministry on this exercise. But otherwise, it's for the benefit for all of us. And once we appreciate that, I'm sure some of the conflicts we normally have, squabbles here and there, fighting over jurisdictions, and probably will cease to be a problem. But basically, we want your collaboration in this exercise so that it becomes a very successful exercise. Now, let me call upon the Mayor of MBARARA City, our Lord Mayor, Mr. Kachebezi, to officially welcome us to this land of honey and milk, like they normally call it. Yeah. We don't take you being here for granted. You could have said, take this engagement elsewhere. So we really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is not what we call it, but it is what it is. The land of milk and honey. Chair and the board, I don't know whether the state minister, as you said, is already here, but I also address her in absentia. The RCC of MBARARA City, Madam Catherine, RDCs of sister districts that have been invited and who are already here, the chairpersons, I don't know why they are not around, most of them. Maybe they are preparing for Baram. Me, I'm done with him. And everybody. I'm called Kachebezi Robert Mugabe. I'm the city mayor. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to MBARARA City, the land of milk and honey. And choosing here is not by mistake. I think you would have gone to either MBARARA District Rural and Wampara or Kazo, but this is a regional city. So you are most welcome. I'm very happy that you are here, that we discuss and we bring together our ideas on how we can protect government land. This is very important. Maybe, I don't know whether the chairperson of the land board, city land board, and the team are ready. I had someone introducing himself. I request that those ones from the city, you can just stand up. Stand up. Yes, I see Mrenge, I see the team. Okay, thank you so much. And Brenda, I have seen you, the secretary, land board. Protecting government land is the mandate of every Ugandan. Every patriotic Ugandan is supposed to protect this public land. But who also mismanage the government land? They are not even the poor people, by the way. They are not those people who did not go to school. For them, they are very happy. They know this is the land for government. They know this is land for the public dam. They know this is a land for chiteulizi. Eryo nitaka rye chiteulizi. They know it. Then for us who went to school, we are the biggest problems of this. Me and you, actually. And for those ones who are here, most especially those who are very technical in land management, for them they are real grabbers. They know all the tricks of handling and even forging and doing all the sorts of how they can take these government lands. Here in the city, we are losing a project, a seed school at Sharwa, Buganda. I have been moving time and again in Kampala, Ministry of Lands, to get help. I remember at one time the land title was cancelled. We are struggling with a man called Burio. Forged signatures here, there. The city school is not taking shape now. I went to the president and told him, Your Excellency, people are stealing government land and they are here and they are helped by the technical people. And especially from lands. I wish the minister was here. Because I don't work in the Ministry of Lands. But I'm a customer, a regular customer there to chase and see how that land can be brought back to use of the city. Someone grabbing a land where the president even used it to go and water the cows. And the president told me is the witness number one, he knows. We are now in court. I have never been in court. I'm fighting for the city school to be there. The person went and took us to court. We went back to Kampala. Please help us. You find the person who is supposed to help you is here. Going this chair and your team. You are heading a commission whereby we also need to ask God for the intervention. The thieves, the grabbers are here seated with us. The grabbers are in Kampala, actually in that building, that small building you see. That one. So we have a very big problem now. 2, political leaders also, we have political leaders who are very greedy. Looking at public land is as if someone is looking at gold. Right away from LCs. Here in the city we said, I told them with my RCC, if you are hungry and thirsty for land, go and sell your father's land. Don't think about the government land. Don't. They come, you find, you see, we can give it to investor. Wow. Let the investor go and buy land. This is for government. The reason as to why these cities were created, 1, to decongest Kampala. How is Kampala going to be decongested? Because most of these government offices will come to Western, to Masaka, to Guru, Soroti, Mbare, and they will be put in those government lands. Where do you think they will operate when these lands will have been finished? Grabbed, sold, as you know. So it is very important that you have come at this time, that we can see what we can do to protect the little that is available now. These cities were created, then there are issues that were not solved. The issue of sharing assets. Me and my brother, the district MBARARA, I have seen the deputy RDC. Me, I grew up in Kazo, Chiruhura. Chiruhura went away and left land in Mbarara district. Rwampara went away and left land. Ntungamo, Isinjiru, Ibanda, all the Kamku's land was left there. What they moved with was the grader, some other cars, but land remained there. Specifically to be used and utilized for some other government projects to come. It is a shame that people can sit in a building and then they start, you see, we do A, B, C, D, such that when the city people are to come, they don't find it here. That is not being patriotic. It's not right at all. So, as leaders also, we need to check ourselves. Let us not only blame the technical, but initiators, in most cases, it is us. And it is us leaders, political leaders, who can say no. Now when I say no, it is a no. You cannot touch it. So we have that problem now. I heard that it has been given like a dead cow. How can an acre of land at that hill be given out at 20-30 million at that hill prime, which goes to billions and billions? We have people who are here looking for space. UEDC here want land. Ministry of Gender want land. They are writing to us. And we want them. For us, we gave land to court here. A regional circuit court. It is going to help even the Rwampara rural. It is going to help the MBARARA. It is going to help the whole of Western Uganda. We gave it here because we know the purpose and the importance. Likewise, other agencies also would want land and put up structures that are going to benefit our people this side. So we must protect this land. Now, what do we do? I normally use Runyankore so much because my English is not all that like for these ones who went to the Kampala parents and what. Because I studied from local, a local area, Kantaganya, Umchitongwere Choro. Can you imagine? Umchitongwere Choro. So what do you expect from me in terms of speaking good English? But the Catholics say, we need to put ourselves into that situation to know that really it is me and you who are supposed to protect this, and we repent from touching government land. You find people helping them. Oh, you see, since this one has done this, do this, do this. Azimwe abarukoro mataka kamba gambiri ababa kampara kamba richebu bagende baze kuruhurumuga umurujungu rwabo konkimwe abarukoro matakimu abona huranwe yetamanya barandu hwati manyanwe yetabahimu nimwe mbire bizuwe bisirane bikwererukayo nimwe muruku yamba abantu aba no chimanya ngweri nitaka ryedamu no chimanya ngweri nitaka rya ganji bakandi bagete ganji. No jimanyangu nuweterandi no kukusa nebandi kutozo fi harumwa basavei omusavei achuruka ko makarangi so kwihaneryo arikareba marari okwiba mataka ga government. I want to tell you, God will curse you. God will curse you. Nani mbashaba, let us be patriotic and help government, and we secure these lands, because these lands kuruno jangu bakagibakare ombwire bwo mini bukabagarikiri ombwire bwo bote bukabagarikiri kurubagibire kare hati twe nare mutwabe twemerire nkare. So let us be patriotic and help President Museveni to protect and rescue the government land. Lastly, I'm very sorry, I can be emotional. But I have said it, and I don't want to withdraw it because I know what it means with government land. Let us create the inventory, and we know this is this. We came, by the time I came, we did not have, we had only about 5 land titles. Mlenga, how many titles do we have now so far in the city? Over 80. We found about 5, 6, but we have secured now 80, and more are still in the process. You cannot touch land here. Waba nondita kusiku rya shoninga or yari yantaro. Actually, why I survived Baram was that. Yes, was that. Because nobody would. Tino wa na emeraka jat kachebe zoridita. No ndi ninye ndugu gatana siya nabashum. Tujuro mutuma ugukurinda mataka. Baara sisi mnara DCs. Banywani banje bakawo. Mureke twateraneho tubase kurinda amataka ga government. Mwebare nabakira mukama bampero mugisha kandi Mbarara city is a very good city for us. We are not sleeping, we are moving at a high speed. At a high speed, we are not seated at all. There is a challenge of land which President bought land for people in Rwenjeru. He bought how many acres? 100 and something acres. But they were not demarcated. So people are there staying on land just in fear. We have reached and approached the ministry. Even ministers came, but the problem has not been solved. The commissioners come, but we need also to see that problem sorted out, such that people can stay on land which president gave them. We have issues of another land in Nyakayojo, where another big man went and put a land title in the whole village. What do I do? As a mayor, what do I do? A mayor cannot even cancel out a land title. A mayor cannot, is just, I'm here, I can talk only. A mayor, even who has no money, who earns only 1.7 million, what can I do? Thank you so much. I wish you the best as you discuss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our Lord Mayor. I think another round of applause is Lord Mayor, last week, like I mentioned, we were in Masaka, and we had similar sentiments being expressed by one of the leaders. In fact, in her own words, she said, discussions about land are not just embozi. Embozi is just like idle talk, So when I see the kind of passion you are showing, and the emotions you are showing, indeed, land issues are very critical issues that need to be handled very, very seriously. Thank you so much for welcoming us to this city. At least now we are feeling at home already. But I think he has really challenged us, especially us who are in the area of land administration, land management, that most of the challenges we are talking about of land grabbing, double titling, and encroachment, that we are the ones aiding this. So it's a challenge. We've been challenged, and I think we need to rethink how we've been doing business. Remember, the president has also mentioned that this Chisanja is Chisanja, no more sleep, Chisanja, no more corruption. So the Lord Mayor says, let's repent, let's repent, let's repent. I think that message is loud and very clear. The political leadership is a political leader. He has also challenged the political leadership that we have a very big role to play in this process. Because I think in one way or another, the political leaders also somehow, of course not all, I'm sure not all, but just a few bad apples maybe try to aid these processes. So those are challenges that he has pointed out that we need to address. But more importantly, he's saying the mandate to protect government land lies with all of us. And I think I had also mentioned it that ultimately, when government land is protected, we are the ultimate beneficiaries. Us who are here and the future generations. So I'm glad the Lord Mayor, your statement, your appeal, resonates so well with what we also think as Uganda Land Commission. About Rwenjeru, we are aware about Rwenjeru land. Some steps are already being taken. Maybe later one of my senior colleagues who has been involved in handling that issue will make a statement, will speak to it. But it's not going to be the focus of this meeting, but it will be addressed. Now, the exercise we are going to embark on, part of what we want to establish is the status of this government land. Has there been any encroachment? Who has encroached? Are there illegal titles? You know, not that during the exercise we'll be able to address those, but we'll take note of that as part of our inventory, and then later we'll be able to address them as part of our normal operations. The same thing with Nyakayojo. Those are matters that we're going to address. Now let me call upon the LC5 chairperson from MBARARA district to also briefly welcome us. I don't know if he or she is around, a representative. Do we have a representative from the MBARARA district? If not, let me also call upon the RCC MBARARA district, MBARARA city, sorry, to welcome us very briefly.
Good morning, everyone. The chairperson of Uganda Land Commission and the commissioners who moved with you and the whole team, my colleagues, the RDCs, the district chairpersons, our mayor, the chief administrative officers, and the technical teams who are present here, the religious leaders who are with us, and all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm Kamwine Helen Catherine, the resident city commissioner MBARARA. I'm happy to be part of this engagement. Our mayor talked heavily and with emotions because we have had challenges on managing government land. But also, I'm happy that you are taking a comprehensive inventory of government land. I'm wondering how much land you are going to take. Most of the land is taken over. For the commission's work, I don't know what you go through, but all of us who are here are stakeholders. And I think all these challenges we are facing on government land, we are partly contributing. In MBARARA city alone, I don't think even what we are titling is the right land we are supposed to title. You find an officer who is in charge, who would be taking care of government land, is the one who is apportioning it to individuals for personal benefits. Government officials participating in taking away government land fraudulently. What are we going to take as in our inventory? All the land is almost sold. Not only in MBARARA, but in the country. I've been an RDC for 20 years. Most of our work, I think 50% of our work is land issues and land related even to government land. Are we patriotic Ugandans? This land which we call government land is our land for generations to come. When it is forestry land, whether it is national park, whether it is a wetland, it is reserved for us, our future generation. But as we talk, all the land is almost taken over on individual accounts. But your children and my children, tomorrow, our grandchildren will have no land. And government will have no land where to build government facilities. And we are here calling ourselves Ugandans who don't love their country, who love themselves. However, I want to assure the Commission that it is better late than never. You've come at a time when we needed you most. Maybe the little that is remaining we can take over and protect. Prepare for litigation if you want to secure all government land. People are very smart. They will take us to court. You will take the little that is remaining, like this platform here, but most of the land is taken over. So let's begin. I want to remain here and look at how you have prepared. Because even the office where I'm seated, which is historically office of the president, the land was transferred to another entity. I'm also fighting with it to be returned. So that is the situation we are in. But I think since the president declared this term, Kisanja, no more sleeping and no more corruption, I think we are at it. We must get all our land back. I want to thank you for coming to MBARARA City and choosing MBARARA City. Stay calm and we handle government business. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam RCC, for those remarks. Another round of applause, really. Again, our RCC, drawing on her 20 years of public service as an RDC, is mentioning that these problems are real. They are real. And again, we as government officials, we are again being challenged. We are the ones aiding these processes. So I think let's repent. Let's change the narrative so that people do not look at us as land grabbers, as people who are aiding land grabbing and encroachment and all that. But what I want to say is that all these issues during this exercise, once we all collaborate and share information, we are going to identify them. It's part of what we are going to be doing. We want to see what is the status of government land. Is it being utilized? Who is utilizing it? You know, and then we'll take note of whatever encroachments are there and ways of regularizing some of those processes. So I want to assure you, Madam RCC, and all the leaders who are here and all the dear participants, that we are aware that this is happening and we'll definitely address it. Because like you said, this land is ours. It's ours, us who are living today and those who will come after us. We don't want to be judged harshly by future generations. Our Lord Mayor here was saying, supposing the previous governments, like I actually started with the Minister government, that if they had sold the government land, if they had taken it away, so where would we be as leaders of today? You know. So, but again, Lord Mayor, I forgot to appreciate the proactiveness that you have taken as a city to identify government land and try to title it. Because once it is titled, that is some form of security. So ultimately, that's what we also want to do. We will identify land which is not yet titled and later ensure that it is actually titled. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that our chief guest has arrived. In maybe 1 or 2 minutes, she's going to be with us here. And I request the chairperson of Uganda Land Commission, the Secretary, Uganda Land Commission, and the acting permanent secretary to join our chief guest on this high table. When the minister comes in, well, of course, as a sign of respect, we all stand up. As she comes in, they will sing the national anthem, and then we proceed from there. Maybe I was going to call the secretary of the commission to give his remarks, but since the minister is already here, probably he can make his remarks when the minister is around. With your permission, if that's okay with all of us. I don't see the chairperson of the commission. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Meanwhile, I can be showing you some of the key leaders who are here. We have someone called Michael Mohozi, who is an RDC. Mohozi, can you? Yeah, I think he's a deputy RDC for MBARARA district. Madame Kamwine Catherine, the RCC from MBARARA City, she has just been here. Mr. Tushabe Fred, Kao for Wampara district, stand up for recognition. We have Mr. Kachebes Robert, our Lord Mayor. He has just been here. I'm sure you've all seen him. Thank you so much for coming. At Wanjire, Town Clerk Rubirizi. Yeah. Anyisuka Caroline, RDC Chiruhura. Thank you so much for coming. Mr. Vazirake Amon, the DPP, I don't know, for Mitoma, I don't know what DPP stands. Sorry, this list was given to me and it has some abbreviations which but someone from Mitoma district. Madame Kebirunji Rose, Kao for Shema district, she's with us here as well. We have Kagaiga Miriam, RDC Ntungamo district. Yeah. Well, we have Mr. Mohamed Ivan, LC5 Mitoma district. Yeah. And all of you here, ladies and gentlemen, you are all very, very important people, very critical people. We recognize your presence and we appreciate your being here. Is the secretary around? Okay.
Holder workshop, the purpose of creating the awareness and kick-starting the process of developing a comprehensive government land inventory.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to Masaka City.
We are dealing with an issue of land, government land, which is cross-cutting in terms of different perspectives, different dimensions, different institutions, different stakeholders. But at the end of the day, we all have a role to play. We want to make sure that the government land is identified, is protected.
There are specific objectives as to why we are here today. One is to create awareness on the development of a government land inventory, to explain the legal and policy framework that underpin this key exercise, and to present to you, our key stakeholders, the methodology and implementation framework that we have, to clarify on the institutional roles that will be involved in the development of this inventory.
On our part, as Masaka City, we have been proactive, trying to secure titles for city land but we have found many problems. Most of the land is encumbered. You find prime land titles put on top of other titles. Some of them have already been developed. Big buildings are sitting on this land, which was allocated irregularly.
Protecting government land is not a responsibility that can be carried out by one institution alone. It requires us to work together, share information, and ensure that government land is managed in the wider interests of the people of Uganda. As we continue these regional engagements, our purpose is not simply to come and speak to you. We have also come to listen to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister is with us, is in the room. Join me to welcome her. Chairman, take a seat with our chief guest. Yeah. Honorable Minister, you are welcome. Let's sing the national anthem and then we proceed from there. Can you all stand up for the national anthem? Professor join the minister, the acting.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Kindly take your seats. Acting Permanent Secretary, kindly join the Honorable Minister. Yeah. Honorable Minister, you are most welcome. We are happy that God has brought you safely here. We can't take that for granted. Thank you so much for coming. Honorable Minister, we've already started on the program. We've already been welcomed by the hosts, the city mayor, the RCC from MBARARA. They have already welcomed us. So even you, Honorable Minister, you've already been welcomed. Just sit and relax and feel at home. Honorable Minister, we have a cross-section of people here. We have leaders, LOC5 chairpersons and mayors. We have the chief administrative officers. We have religious leaders. We have the media. We have technical people at different levels, secretaries and chairpersons of district land boards. We have people who are in area land committees. We have the commissioners from Uganda Land Commission, headed by our chairperson. We also have people from the ministry, people from security, and name it. And these are people coming from 13 districts of this region. So, and Honorable Minister, the few leaders who have been here, they do appreciate the exercise we have embarked on, because they are all saying the duty to protect government land lies with all of us as citizens of this country. If we are patriotic, if we believe in patriotism as one of the key pillars of this government, we have a duty, we have a mandate to protect government land. So that is something that all the leaders have really mentioned. And Honorable Minister, some of the leaders have already been proactive. They are trying to protect government land by way of titling. They are trying to title government land. And we are saying, let us all embrace that. All of us who are here, if we are leaders, we know of government land, let's help to identify it and let's make sure it is titled. But equally, Honorable Minister, we've also been challenged as government officials that we are actually partly to blame. We are aiding these malpractices. We are aiding the encroachment, the double titling, the grabbing. So we have been challenged and we have been asked to repent. As Christians, as good Christians, we should repent, change the narrative, going forward, do a patriotic duty. We are paid as government officials to protect government land. That we should actually do it. We should forget about aiding those processes. So briefly, Honorable Minister, that's what I can say in terms of what is coming out. There's an issue, maybe later you might speak to it in your remarks, that the new cities which were created still have issues of land. You know, there are some local governments who still want to hold on to some of the prime land, and yet the cities also need this land for their own development, to develop the cities. So we encountered the same issue even in Masaka region. I'm sure it must be in many other places. So maybe at some stage, Honorable Minister, I request you to speak to it. Honorable Minister is called Honorable Harriet Ntabazi. She's a member of Parliament for Bugamba County, Bundibujo District. And she's the Minister of State for Lands. The new Minister of State for Lands. Very passionate about land. We have a lot of hope and confidence that she's going to help us. She's going to provide the leadership that we need to exercise our respective mandates in terms of land management and land governance. Honorable Minister, at this stage, let me call upon the Secretary of Uganda Land Commission to make some few remarks, technical remarks, and put this workshop into some technical context. Mr. Andrew Nyumba, kindly come here and make some few remarks. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of State for Lands, the Chairperson, Uganda Land Commission, members of the Uganda Land Commission, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, resident district commissioners, district chairpersons, chief administrative officers, district land board chairpersons and members, representatives of ministries, departments and agencies, district technical officers, religious leaders, representatives of civil society organizations, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Andrew Nyumba, the Secretary of the Uganda Land Commission, and I welcome you all to this Ankole regional engagement on government land management and the development of the comprehensive government land inventory. As you've been told, this is our fourth engagement. After the national launch at Mistil, we had 2 engagements in Buganda, and now we are here in MBARARA for Ankole region. On Thursday, we shall be in Kabale for the Chigezi region. And these engagements are aimed at creating awareness on development of the government land inventory. Today's workshop is attended by political and technical leaders from Mbarara, Chiruhura, Muhweju, Bushenyi, Ibanda, Ntungamo, Isinjiro, Rubirizi, Shema, Kazo, Mitoma, and Rampara. Let me start by thanking the Honorable Minister for agreeing to come and officiate at this meeting. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for coming to MBARARA. The Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, we also thank you for coming and attending the Ankole Regional Workshop. We thank the entire ministry for supporting us in this initiative. And ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by informing you that the Commission deals with the practical realities of government land management. We've had some of these realities here, and they have taught us a very simple lesson. You cannot manage effectively what you cannot accurately identify. Across government, information relating to land has historically been held by different institutions and in different forms. The Commission already has records relating to government land. However, as you'll be informed by other speakers, those records do not yet constitute a sufficiently comprehensive picture of government land across the country. The exercise we are undertaking is therefore not simply a matter of compiling another list of titles, because the lists of titles we have. A comprehensive government land inventory should ultimately provide government with a reliable, structured, and continuously updatable picture of its land assets. For every identifiable government land holding, we should, as far as possible, be able to answer a set of basic but critical questions. So what are some of these questions we should be able to answer? One is, what parcel is this? Where is it located? What is its size and boundary? What is the evidence of government ownership or interest? Which government institution is associated with or responsible for the land? What is the current physical use of the land? What was the land originally acquired or reserved for? Is the intended public purpose still relevant? Is the land properly documented and registered? Are the boundaries known and identifiable on the ground? Is the land occupied or encroached upon? Are there disputes, competing claims, leases, licenses, or other interests affecting the land? Is there an environmental, planning, or infrastructure consideration affecting the parcel? And importantly, what action is required to secure and properly manage that particular parcel? These are questions we should be able to answer out of this exercise. And that is the level of information we are working towards. Therefore, the inventory should not be understood as a static spreadsheet. It should become a government land management information base that can support decisions about land acquisition, protection, planning, development, regularization, dispute management, and utilization. As a commission, we are looking at government land information in several dimensions, including land identification, spatial information, legal and documentary status, institutional status, current use and intended use, risk status, and many other parameters. And the details of all these will be presented later for all of us to be on the same page. But one of the most important technical principles of this exercise is verification. Our focus is going to be on verification. We are not asking districts or institutions simply to send us lists of land they believe belong to government. We need to establish the reliability of the information. This means that information obtained from one source may need to be compared with information from another source. For example, an institutional record may indicate that a hospital occupies a particular piece of land. The land registry may contain a corresponding title. The district may have a different survey plan or historical record. The community may know the physical boundary on the ground. And these pieces of information must be brought together. Where they agree, our confidence increases. And where they do not agree, that discrepancy becomes an issue requiring verification. Dear participants, I need to also inform you that a discrepancy is not necessarily a failure of the exercise. It is merely information. It tells us where further technical work is required. The objective is therefore not to force every parcel into a clean database regardless of the underlying evidence, but to produce an inventory whose reliability can be assessed and whose outstanding gaps are clearly identified. But also, the Commission cannot undertake this work from its central records alone, and technically, we expect to draw information from several sources. The Commission's existing records, land registration and cadastral information, records held by ministries, departments and agencies, local government records, district land board records, survey and physical planning information, institutional asset registers, acquisition and compensation records where available, historical records and archival information, information from communities and local leadership, and physical verification on the ground where necessary. So no single source should automatically be treated as the complete truth. The strength of the inventory will come from bringing the different sources together and identifying where they corroborate or contradict one another. The technical presentation that will be presented after break tea will highlight most of these things that I have mentioned. As I end my remarks, I sincerely thank the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development for its continued leadership and partnership in this initiative. I thank the leadership and technical officers from all the districts represented here and all other stakeholders for joining us for this Ankole Regional Workshop. The Commission values your knowledge and experience. I urge all of you to engage openly, challenge the methodology where necessary, share your experiences, and help us design a system that works not only on paper, but also on the ground. The Commission looks forward to working with all of you as we move from fragmented information towards a more reliable, integrated, and continuously maintained picture of government land in Uganda. Together, we can build a government land inventory that is accurate, credible, useful, and sustainable. I thank you for your kind attention. For God and my country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyumba Andrew, the head of the technical arm of the Uganda Land Commission. I think he has given us a technical overview of what this exercise is going to entail. I don't want to water down his remarks. I don't want to preempt the more technical discussions that are going to be made. But I'm sure you are all getting a clear picture of what the scope is going to be. One thing that he has mentioned is that we're not just coming here either to teach you or to do what, but we are genuinely here to get your inputs into this exercise. They are going to present methodology, they're going to present the scope, and many other issues. So at that point in time, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to provide inputs. We shall take them on board as long as they are adding value to the exercise that we are going to undertake. At this juncture, let me now call upon the Acting Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, to make her few remarks.
Thank you so much, the Master of Ceremony. I salute you all. The Honorable Minister of State for Lands, Madam Harriet Ntabazi, the Chairperson Uganda Land Commission, members of the Uganda Land Commission, the Secretary, Uganda Land Commission, the RCCs, the RDCs of various districts, the district chairpersons, the chief administrative officers, the district land board chairpersons and members, representatives from the ministries, departments and agencies, the district technical officers, religious leaders, the representative from the civil society organizations, the members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mariam Zandia Wanyenya. I'm standing in for the accounting officer, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. I am happy to join you here in MBARARA for Ankole and Regional Stakeholder Awareness Workshop on Government Land Management and Development of a comprehensive government land inventory. Let me begin by thanking the members of Uganda Land Commission for working together with the Ministry of Lands in order to organize this engagement. I thank you so much, Uganda Land Commission. I also take this opportunity to thank the participants from districts who have come to attend this workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to approach today's discussion from a practical government administration perspective. Every year, government plans and budgets for infrastructure and service delivery. As we plan for schools in our areas, health facilities, roads, markets, and other administrative facilities in order to deliver services to the public. But for many of these investments, one of the basic requirements comes before the development is to undertake. Before the development is undertaken is to secure land. If the ownership of land is disputed, if boundaries are unclear, if documentations are not there or are not able to be found, the implementation of these programs is slowed down. Sometimes governments appropriate resources to develop these programs, but sometimes it is diverted because of the land problems. Instead of us delivering services to our people, we end up diverting the intended resources. That is why government land management is also an issue of efficiency in public administration. It is against this background, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to come up with a land inventory management as an opportunity to address some of these challenges systematically. Rather than waiting for a problem to arise, government should know that the status of this land beforehand. Ladies and gentlemen, the districts represented here in the meeting cover a large and varied area. Their land administration challenges will not be identical, like as earlier echoed here. That is why the quality of information received from the districts is critical. As you political and technical officers are not merely participants in this workshop, you are essential resources of institutional knowledge. Some of you have worked in these districts for many years. You know the history behind government properties that may not be fully captured in existing files. You know where institutions have expanded. You know where roads, reserves, and public spaces are under pressure, but you know which documentation requires verification and regularization. You know the custodian of that information, and that information is vital for this exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, I need also to inform you that the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development has continued to modernize Uganda Land Information Systems through Uganda Land Information Systems, Ministry zone offices, systematic land registration, and other land reforms. The districts represented here are serviced by MBARARA MZO. This MZO and other across the country were established to bring services closer to you and our people in order to reduce the cost of doing business. The government land inventory will bring on these initiatives and processes. Under this exercise, we want to inform you that we support planning and budgeting and public investment. And most importantly, we want the system that can be updated so that we do not find ourselves undertaking the same exercise for some years to come. Good record management may not always attract public attention, but it is also one of the strongest protection against loss of government land. Land title must be safely maintained. The inventory therefore represents an opportunity not only to identify government land, but also to improve the culture of records management across public institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministry also recognizes that some of the government issues are complex and cannot be resolved through records alone. They may be historical claims, like the mayor has echoed, boundary disagreements, or even communities have occupied certain areas for a long period. Such matters will require careful verification, consultation, and adherence to the law as we approach to addressing such issues. Will be professional and transparent in a transparent manner. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude this workshop, I will encourage every district representative here to take some practical steps. Review your government land records, identify missing documents, establish properties require technical verification, strengthen coordination between your administrative, planning, surveying, and land management functions, and maintain a regular communication with Uganda Land Commission and the ministry. If we do so, the inventory will become a tool that improves the everyday administration of government assets. The ministry remains fully committed to support the Uganda Land Commission in implementing this program. We shall also continue strengthening land information system, improving service delivery, building institutional capacity, and promoting greater transparency and accountability in the land sector. However, systems are only effective as the people use them. Like the mayor echoed here, that he keeps on moving to the Ministry of Land Office. Please don't get tired. I therefore appeal to every officer interested with government land to exercise professionalism and responsibility. We should be able to account for the public assets placed under our guidance. As I conclude, let me once again thank the Honorable Minister of State for Lands for your leadership and guidance on land management. The Uganda Land Commission is spearheading this initiative. The local governments are called upon for your cooperation, and stakeholders and all stakeholders for your participation. Let us use today's meeting to identify solutions that are practical, affordable, and capable of being implemented. I wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Acting PS, for those remarks. As Uganda Land Commission, Acting PS, we also appreciate the working relationship we have with the ministry, the technical guidance, the policy guidance that we receive, and more critically in this particular exercise, we are together in this. We don't take it for granted. Acting PS has talked about what government does on a yearly basis. It budgets, it plans for infrastructure, schools, hospitals, and all of that. But one of the key critical conditions normally is security of land. You must have secure land. Like the projects which are funded by World Bank, you can only get their funding once you've given them the assurance that land is available. So that's how critical it can be. And remember when the Lord Mayor was making his remarks here, he talked about how they are about to lose a seed secondary school just because they don't have land. The land which they have has been encroached on. So that's how critical it can be. The Acting PS has also reminded us that there is MZO. The MZOs are here. They are closer to us. They are meant to bring services closer to us. Even though there are some challenges which need to be addressed, but at least they are there. The good thing, the head of the MZO here is with us. So I want to imagine that after here, he will sit with his team and find ways of how they can be more efficient, how they can be more responsive to the needs of Ugandans. Thank you so much, Acting PS, for already preempting an exercise that we shall end with. The last exercise will be, where do we want to go from here? What's the way forward? What do we expect from all of us here? So she has already mentioned that when we go back to our respective areas, let's try to look at our land records, see how comprehensive they are. If there are any gaps that are there, find ways of addressing them. Thank you so much once again, Acting PS. Now let me call upon the chairperson of Uganda Land Commission, Professor Penmogi Nyeko, to make his remarks, and then after his remarks, take this singular honor to invite our chief guest to address us. Professor Nyeko, you are most welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Minister, the LC5, the Lord Mayor, the City Residents Commissioner, the invited guests from the 13 districts in the Greater MBARARA region. I would like to welcome you to this very important meeting, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to MBARARA for the third regional stakeholders awareness meeting on government land management and the development of a comprehensive government land inventory. On behalf of the Commission, I sincerely thank you for honoring the invitation to attend this regional workshop. We are particularly pleased to bring together stakeholders from the Greater Ankole region comprised of all the districts as listed in the Secretary of Uganda Land Commission presentation. The diversity of the districts represented here demonstrates both the scale of the exercise and the importance of ensuring that the government land inventory reflects realities across the entire region. I also wish to appreciate the Minister of State for Lands, together with the staff, the Permanent Secretary from the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, for the continued policy guidance and direction on government land inventory and generally on land management. Protecting government land is not the responsibility that can be carried by one institution alone. It requires us to work together, share information, and ensure that government land is managed in the wider interest of the people of Uganda. I do not want to intend reading the message, but I also want now to particularly thank the Lord Mayor. The way you talked here, you know, a passionate talk, a real concern which we saw in you about government land. And I think what many people don't understand is that the presence of government land in your area is a big asset for the development of that area. I will tell you one simple story. You have already been I was introduced to you as the former Vice Chancellor of Gulu University. When the local leadership identified 742 hectares of land around Gulu Gulu City municipality at that time. By the time we went to start the university and we started mobilizing people to agree so that their land is individually surveyed, valued, and they have to be compensated. The local leaders, the local politicians, the MPs started decampaigning the university, telling people not to accept giving land for the university. So up to now, the university does not have land. It is only about 15 acres of land which belong to the former District Farm Institute. That's where the university started. And that's the only land the university has. And it's a big shame. Actually, has the biggest land in respect to tribal land in this country. But they cannot afford to give just 742 hectares of land for the university. When I came to MBARARA University, I was very happy. They have about 2 square miles of land. And this was government land. So government land, we must all preserve it for government development, major development for the country. So, when the mayor talked about land, I was really touched. I said, this is the type of leadership we want in this country. The LC5, the chairpersons of district land boards together with your commission members, I mean your board members, yours is to give titles, help the people get titles on their land. You are not supposed to give out government land to individuals. You are aware the constitution is very clear. Land belongs to the people. Basically, land belongs to the people. The ones which already belong to government, like where there are hospitals, where there are the schools, government schools, universities, those are the land which belongs to government. And those are the land we really want to protect. And those are the land where government can put development, major development projects. So it is our responsibility, all of us in leadership, all of us in government, to protect government land. Leave it for major government development. Government buys land from people. When government wants to have a development in an area, they buy the land. I'm sure this northern bypass, I'm sure government compensated people who were on that land. And that's how government works. Government does not grab land from people. I have never heard government grabbing land from people. Then why do we people grab land from government? If government doesn't grab land from you, instead the government compensates you, and for you are busy grabbing government land. What sort of sense does it make? So I think let us appeal to all of us. Let us leave government land, and government land is where you get bigger development. If, for instance, government wants to put up a hospital in your area, in your district, and you have given out government land in that area, the government will look for the next district with available land, and they will put the hospital in that area. I was telling you about Gulu University. In 2022, there were some investors who approached the president. They wanted land on Gulu University to put up a hospital at 723-bed hospital on the land of Gulu University. But the university didn't have land. They have been trying to get land from the forest. When government would have actually compensated and bought land for the university, but the local politicians, and one of the local politicians bought land which was already earmarked for the university, and he was a member of parliament. When Gulu University, the land was being identified, he knew that that land was identified for the university. But he bought the land after mobilizing people not to give land to the government. He bought the land and started putting up an hotel on the land which was meant for university, and was in parliament approving that site for the university. So you can see what sort of negative leadership sometimes you have in your area. So the people are not, they're going to lose an investor who was going to put 723-bed hospital on Gulu University because Gulu University doesn't have the land. I wanted to tell you this kind of a story so that you see the importance of preserving government land for major government development. I would have wanted to talk more, but you see, I'm having this one not for COVID, but I've been having some flu and chest pain, so I am not able to talk much. But you also realize that, you may also know that government did a lot of compensation of land around here in the Greater MBARARA region. Some land in Rampara, and some land even around the city here. With time, we shall talk briefly about that. Because when government compensates the kingdom, then the land reverts now to the people. That land eventually becomes like government land, and the Uganda Land Commission will have to get a way of facilitating these people to get land titles. The way we have done in Rampara, I don't know how many titles we have given in Rampara, but they could be up to about 5,000. Yeah, after about 5,000 land titles given to families in Rampara. So the same thing with here within the MBARARA city. There are also some land which government has compensated from the former kingdom, and the people are on this land, but we shall have to empower them with the title through Uganda Land Commission. I would like to stop here and then take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Minister to come and address you. Honorable Minister, we really thank you for sparing your time to be with us, and this clearly shows the importance of this this gathering. Honorable Minister, come and take the podium.
Thank you so much, the chairperson, Uganda Land Commission, with your team, because I can see it is a big team from Uganda Land Commission. I don't know whether you stood up and people saw you. They know you already. Okay. The members of parliament, do you have members of parliament here? That will be an oversight because we are supposed to work hand in hand with them. The permanent secretary, who is represented by our able daughter. The district chairpersons. Since I came in a little when you had already introduced, I may wish to look at them because we are going to work with you so closely. The district chairpersons, anywhere you are, okay. Thank you very much. You represent the chair or you are the chair? You are the vice chairperson. So we have only one out of the 10. You're also representing another one. You are the city mayor. Kachevez, I know you are the city mayor. Now you want to be the chairperson. Eh? Yes. The chief administrative officers who are here, can I look at you? Yes, at least some 3, 4 of them. We have the chairpersons of the district land board. These ones are part of my staff. Only 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Out of how many? Out of 13. Very poorly attended. The district physical planners and surveyors, where are you? Physical planners and surveyors. These are working in the MBARARA EMZO at the district. Okay, at least for you, you make something like 10. Then our representatives of ministry, what is this? Representative of ministries, departments, and the agencies. Who are these ones? The organizations which are supporting Ministry of Lands. Okay, thank you for coming. The traditional and cultural leaders. MBARARA and MBARARA sub-region doesn't have a cultural leader because we have the president who is the chief cultural leader. So that one was put just for formality. Then the representatives of professional bodies, who are the surveyors and what, those ones I've already seen. Then the civil society organizations who are here, thank you for coming. The private sector, thank you for coming. And the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Good morning once again. Are you happy to see me? Yes. Those who are happy, can you raise up your hand and see? Yes, yes, that is part of exercise. I'm also very happy to be here. My name is Harriet Ntabazi, for those who don't know me. And I'm a member of parliament for Wamba County. The other time I came here when I was still in trade, I was a member of parliament for a woman member of parliament. Now this time I'm a member of parliament for a county. I contested with these men and I put them down. Yes, it is very easy to put a man down because for them they don't attack personality, they attack issues. Our mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very honored to be here in the status of the State Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development. The other time you hosted me as the State Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. This is my first engagement as the Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Development in charge of lands. And the topic we are handling today falls directly under my docket. I oversee the Uganda Land Commission. When they make a mistake, I've made a mistake. When they go astray, I've gone astray. If they don't perform, then I've not performed. So I'm working closely with the Uganda Land Commission to make sure that our ministry gains its glory and works to the limelight and physical accountability to the community and to the country at large. Today, I'm so glad that I'm in the MBARARA region, where we are going to impart you with information and also pick views from you, because what we are handling today concerns you directly. It is the leadership who are in government. And once what we are talking about is government land. So this is your land that we are speaking about. This is your land that you want to put investment on. This is your land that you are passing the roads on, where you are building your hospitals, where you want the city schools to sit, where you want all these projects that you are talking about to sit. And for the LOC5s and political leaders, the mayors, the projects that you promised to do for the people, all of them will sit on land, on government land. Now, the challenge that Uganda has, most of the land belongs to the people. And it's only out of the total land, only 23% belongs to government. 23% of the total land, leaving 77% to the community. Now, what does this one mean? It means that if you want to do a project of government, and it is going to go throughout all the pieces of land, the money for compensation only will be bigger than the total budget of the project that you are going to make. And this one has stalled many of the projects. Now imagine you are passing through private land and paying, and you find your own land also grabbed, which you do think it is government land. So it is a big challenge that we need to talk about comprehensively, manage our government pieces of land. I'm particularly pleased to be in Ankole region to engage directly with you stakeholders from all the districts which are in this area. And I warmly welcome you from those 12 districts, 13 districts, which have been mentioned here. And I think there is no district which is missing. Now, your presence today is going to make our work very, very easy. Because the way I understand, all those people who have been charged with taking care of government land are here. And now all those people who have been grabbing, encroaching, stealing, fraudulently giving out, corruptively cheating government are all here. Yes. Don't expect a man from Kakoba down there to come and grab land in Katete. No. It must be the leader of that area, including the LOCs, including the land officer, including the head of EMZO, the chairperson of the land board, the what, who concoct papers, who forge papers to go and steal government land. Now, I came here to tell you a simple message. Your time for doing that has ended. You can either clap or fail to clap, but your time has ended. This Kisanja has a name. For those who know it, no more what? No more what? That means there was a component of sleep somewhere which we are preparing to remove. Remember, we still have our strong president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the fighter, the great man. But the moment he tells us that this is, now I need to rest, then we have a generator which is already on. For those who don't know that it is already on, know it from me. It's already on. The power is going on. I mean, the power is on. The main grid is on, but the generator is waiting. It is already on, lighting some little, lights alongside along this hotel. So, we don't have any gap of anybody sneaking out of our hands. You either jump from the fire to the saucepan, or you jump from the saucepan to the fire if you want to steal government land. So, the engagement that we are having today is coming to tell you, and you telling us, understanding that government land is a public asset. Government land is what? Is a public asset. And the problem with the land, the population will grow, the infrastructure will grow, people will produce, and the population will enlarge, but land will not do what? Will not enlarge. So all of us must fit on Ugandan land. But by fitting there, you must fit on government land using your sweat. Make money, buy your own land. So we are trying to tell you to be contented. People should be contented with what they have. If you are not contented with what you have, and you think you'll use your office to take what you don't have, you don't possess, this is your time. I came here today for this, But I'm going to come back for the MBARARA EMUZO to tell me exactly what they do, how they do it, how much time is spent on doing it, where do they do it from. All the 5 W's and H will be answered. I have a whole team of technical people led by the PAS, the planner, the surveyor, the land officer, the registrar, all those people are there. And they gotten from this EMUZO are clearly put on paper. But today is not a day of that. Don't get scared. I'm not yet Balaam. But time will come, every minister will turn into Balaam. Yes, because that is the way people want to be handled. When we go into dialogue, people don't want to listen. But when we go into the Balaam style, now the ears maybe will open. Now, I want to thank the Land Commission. Uganda Land Commission, thank you very much. Together with the team from the ministry, which has organized this important engagement and bringing it near to the people. Because they would be surprised to see us starting to survey, to do what, to map and all those, then give out titles and ABCD without the involvement of the leaders. There is nothing you can do for people without them. So it is very important that we engaged with them, and more especially the stakeholders, to understand the challenges that they will go through and the challenges that we should also prepare to go through as we attack the problem. Now, at the beginning of July, the ministry, together with the Uganda Land Commission, launched this very activity. In fact, it was my first very activity when I entered the office. First, at the Uganda Media Center, we spoke about it. Secondly, at Mistil, we trained and created awareness to national stakeholders. Now we are here. So nobody will say, I did not know. So if you are seated on government land, if you are seated or you are farming on government land, in a wetland, at the edges of forests, near the school, in the school farm, at the police, at the health center, because you are the DHO, you are seated near there and grazing in our land, please go and buy a farm. Go and do what? Buy a farm for yourself. So we are not here just because we wanted to register land, but to tell you that government land is a public asset that we must protect, that we must feel. Government must have a hand, must have a decision on how to use it. I have brought you greetings from my senior minister, the Honorable Nabakova, and the Minister Margaret Mohanga, who is in charge of urban development. We had ideas, and we have addressed cabinet about them. If it is possible, and if it would be supported, and I think Margaret came here and mentioned it, because some of the plans of the towns are just dirty. Some towns don't have plans. So if it were possible, all the land in Uganda to go in the hands of government, it would work for us. But since it is not yet possible, because it is constitutional, then we have to protect what we have. So, those who have been constructing in wetlands, while knowing that this is a wetland, you bring your soil, your madam, your whatever, and pour there. I think if the water doesn't discipline you, then the government itself will discipline you. Because sometimes water itself fights back and comes and enters your house to ask you how you came into its area. So the purpose was to build a common understanding that government, all the government land must be known. We are going to register every piece of government land. Now, I was telling you 23% of the total land of Uganda belonging to government. But out of that 23%, if you made it 100, only 26% approximately is on record. Leaving the 70%, almost 76%, 78% plain without being captured. What does this one mean? It leaves it virgin for people to encroach. It leaves it to people to own it, fraudulently make titles, and all whatever they want to do with it. Now, this exercise is going to help us capture all the bits of land, the pieces of land. We must know the land. We must document it and process its documents up to the logical conclusion. It must be known. It must be captured and planned for accordingly. The colleagues told you we are developing, and those, if they have not told you, they will tell you in the subsequent presentations. We are going to have, we have developed a system, a land management system, which the MSOs are still playing with. But again, we have added on the blockchain. A blockchain is going to capture every bit of piece of land on record. Like you have the national IDs. Every person has a NIN number. Why not a land title or a block to be on a blockchain? So that when you click in Harriet Intabaz, who wants to grab land, it will show you, no, this land belongs to Mr. Kacheves. So when you click in, and it will tell you, should I, because this system communicates, should I continue? Now the land management system says yes, proceed. But the new system will say no, don't proceed. That's how we've been arresting people who forge voter cards. You bring your voter's card, it has a verification number, which is a VIN, then it has a NIN number, which is NIN. When you put in, it will say no, you are not the one. First of all, the fingerprint is not yours. Everything, the face is not yours. So all this information will be captured. And some of these challenges, including fraud, including corruption, including fraudulently giving out titles, double titling, and all those will come to an end. So those who are doing it, rather do it up to the end of this exercise. But up to the beginning of this exercise. When the exercise begins, you will have no room for doing it. And we have cautioned, remember, we decentralized power of titling to the MSOs. But the way MSOs are handling matters, we shall deal with them. We shall deal with them directly, because that one is directly under us. So today's meeting, therefore, is another, it's not a simple a workshop. I saw people dozing. You are an LOC5, you are a land chairperson, you are an RDC, a DISO, and you are trying to doze in this workshop. No. You would have slept in the night. Today is for you to meditate and see, what am I going to do? How am I going to help my country? Because now the land in MBARARA belongs to MBARARA people. So if they steal it, me from Vundivujo will lose, but will not lose like the person of MBARARA. It is you to lose. So if your land is where they would have put your hospital, where they would have put your school for your child, where they would have passed a road which you are going to use, and the road ends up being narrow, it is you to get a challenge. Fine, I will get a challenge because I will use the road, but you who is using it on a daily basis, it is you who is the direct sufferer of the problem. So when we speak about government land, we should not reduce it to just a discussion or maybe discussion of titles or maybe talk about the boundaries or surveys, plans and everything. No, or the acreage. We should look at how it affects us directly, how it reduces us to no development, how it brings us back to underdevelopment, how it pushes us to how many years back when others are moving forward. And with MBARARA, you know, the city we want. The city we want is that such a nice city which will be an example of other cities. A city where there is no garbage. Yes. A city which has clean roads. In MBARARA, if you cry of no health services, in fact, Uganda will be surprised. The other time I came here to talk about PDM, the MBARARA people told me that 39% of poverty you are talking about, by the way, are not here. They are not here. In fact, if you look at percentage of poverty in MBARARA city, is around either 10% for those ones who came in and those who are redundant, they don't want to work. Those who are takers, those ones are the ones who are poor. MBARARA people know what they want. MBARARA region knows what they want. So if we don't utilize these chances as they come in, time will come, another region will enjoy. Remember, there are regions which wasted their time. You don't want to go there. Now they are crying of poverty, hunger. What? I don't think in MBARARA, because the way Ntungamo and what are throwing matoke, in fact, they are just lacking market to sell their matoke. They are lacking value addition for their milk. That is what they want to hear. But to hear that I don't have a cup of milk, I don't have a banana to eat, I don't have a cup of beans, that must not be here. This is our mighty city that we must protect with might. So, when I'm speaking to MBARARA people, I'm not speaking to Guru. When I'm speaking to MBARARA people, I'm not in Karamoja. And when I'm talking to you, I'm not in Vundivujo. I must be speaking to somebody who is in the center of the town. Somebody who is not suffering about boundaries of, people bringing in problems, Ebola, what from Congo, nothing. So I'm talking to people who must be knowing what they want. And who must be telling me, there is a grabber here. There is a foul star here. There is a blocker here who is trying to divert us. There is this one here. You must be number one in reporting. And once they know that there is a person reporting in MBARARA to zanira yo. Zanira hand. Otakaza and Romo MBARARA region. Then we shall have, you will be on top of it. Konka kuba kumanyanga to MBARARA. No basa kukole byokwenda. Okayegendera. No gabita kali government oriteka hone chapa kandi government ine cyo kurukora kachebe zinakureba nakureka uko narondo bururu hati nakawona ona narondo bururu. Does the town clerk is the town clerk voted here? Is the surveyor voted? So you people, when we are talking about these matters, we have a public purpose. We have a public concern, a public good that we are protecting. So I don't even have needed to come here again into adjudication of matters. Ogogu akatuaritaka hati muzoyere tebyapa bya woturebe. Even when you know that your ancestor did not live there. But you want to prove kwe karakasa that you really were there. No. Not from a public officer or from a civil servant or a developer of Uganda who comes from MBARARA. So it may be land for our development, like I mentioned, agriculture or whatever, narrow land or whichever land where we are putting our demonstrations and all that land, we need it. Now, some government land may appear unused today. And you look at it, it has been redundant, without any work going on. But remember, development doesn't come at once. Now, I heard in the speech of the mayor that there is a problem where you want to put a seed school. Yes. Because the person who wants to grab that land or who grabbed it thought that he did not see that at one time we would need a seed school in the city. So when you see land redundantly unused, know that there is a plan for tomorrow. Know that there is a health center going to be put there tomorrow. We have MBARARA National Referral Hospital. That's at a bigger level. We are even yesterday we passed a loan to come and put for you and for me a regional cancer institute. 31.1 million euros. Mutero muzimu iwanyo mungaro mazimu. Ukuno muzei wakazi. Bakazi tera kandi. But I want to tell you, this institute is coming to boost the whole country because we are going to put every region. But remember, this one here is serving me in Vundivujo, serving Kabarole, serving in not only MBARARA region, Kigezi, Rwenzori, Hoima, because it is the western what? Western facility. So no, somebody comes and starts playing with that money. When the cow is there looking on, when the LOC5 is there looking on, when even if you are an LOC5 of Rwampara, don't say this one is a project of MBARARA. No, it is your project. It is your project. You might be somebody who came to work, but remember, the people you worked with have become your relatives, have become your people. The drugs may not be in Mulago, and they refer you to MBARARA, and you're here. So it is either serving your parent, it is serving your child, it will serve your grandchild, it will serve. So when it becomes a public good, it must be protected by all of us. So if we lose our land to encroachers, to illegal occupants, to fraudsters, and we do poor transactions, poor management, government will eventually have to acquire new land when we want to expand. And remember, when government is acquiring new land, it is a taxpayer's what? Money. So you are going to double pay. Instead of using the land that you have been having, now you will be touching your pocket to pay taxes, to buy new land. Because a service is a service. It must be made. So it is a matter of protecting public resources, supporting development, and safeguarding the interests of the future generation. The youth, the children, the mothers, where would have put a maternity because you have grabbed the land. Now, your wife is going to deliver. You have the money, fine. You can go to the national referral. But remember, you are in Rwampara. By the time you run to go through those corners, I was in Rwampara at one of the friends' places. By the time you maneuver through those corners, your wife is already dead. God forbid. This malaria of children which just comes abruptly, sickle cell or whatever, anything, you are running because there is MBARARA referral. But will you reach? The road is not worked upon. The vehicle is suffering. The driver has suffered enough. The stones and what? So you end up losing what? Losing life. So ladies and gentlemen, the 12 districts represented here today have different land use patterns and different development pressures outside there. Your pressure in one district may not be the other one. They all face the challenges as mentioned above collectively. So one of the major challenges that we looked at, as explained, the double titling issue. The committee on lands was roasting us last week. Tell us. And I got a chance, being a new minister, I pushed it to the technical teams. Tell them. The eyes were red. The process starts right from you people. The land committee, the land board, the technical teams at the district, to the EMUZO. That's where the problem is. The problem is not at the national level. People have abused the Ministry of Lands. You've heard them. They are thieves. They are what? They are what? But the thieves are not at the headquarters. The thieves are here with you. They are here with you. Naba Nyankore, Naba Chiga, Naba Konjo, Naba Antubitu, Naba Gand. Abalia. So don't expect a thief to be coming from heaven. We are the very what? The very thieves. And if we are not omutima gw'okweteera omu kifuba, Uganda is going nowhere. By the time a baby Balaam comes out to cry for you, you must have cried for yourself. We don't need Balaam to come and tell you that you don't have a toilet, or the toilet that was supposed to be put in this school was not the one on plan, when you as the headmaster is there. The LC3 is there. The councillors who looked for votes are there. But we are waiting for somebody to come from up. That's unfair. It's very, very unfair. So same thing is going to go on this land. If we expect people to come from heaven, that it is then it is a problem. For those who are
be very funny for Serena of Kampala to switch off the microphone. So protect your name.
Are we together?
You can clap for the team for protecting their name. But some of these simple things do a shame us even at home. You prepared a good meal.
Naye akatambala kojayo okusiimuza sowaani nekakuswaza. So you may have the message and be good buildings, but the microphone takes the whole what? The whole name. So what I was saying, we are going to pick this record and collectively, because now our record is scattered. There is a Ministry of Environment which had a record of land. We have Ministry of Energy which has a record of land. And all these other ministries, Ministry of Works and all. We want to collect all this information into one bucket under the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. So time will come, after we collected the land, we shall now be the ones to show Ministry of Investment. This is land for investment. Ministry of Industry. This is where we're supposed to put our factories. Ministry of Works. This is where the roads are supposed to pass. So we are going to use this information clearly to help us physically plan for our country. And I want to tell you, we would have reduced corruption to a certain percentage of theft. So, because the missing record which we have been having has given us a lot of problem, and we are going to sort this one once and for all. So we also have challenges of boundaries. Somebody is bordering a forest. He wants to extend slowly by slowly, not until he enters the forest. Somebody is neighboring a school, slowly by slowly is entering, not until he takes school land. We have done some registration of Church of Uganda land. And I think a team reached in MBARARA also. We have surveyed all the church land, and it was a request by Church of Uganda. And we got some few challenges of schools who were fighting. Don't reach here. Don't reach here. But remember, before you became a school, a church gave you. You didn't buy. Now you'd be holding this church dearly for them to help you cut some land, some piece of land where a school is, and then you title it differently. But as of now, if you have not yet done that, then you are still government aided.
And by government aided, we mean the government has come to this church which is already having its land, either had started its nursery school, and the government helped them to aid it with the buildings, with the salaries of teachers, with the chairs, with all those co-cultural, infrastructure development. But the land remained for the church. So we need to work together with the churches, because the church is not going to chase a health center. It is not going to chase a school, but work together to make sure that if we are to get a loan for the school or to get into other developments of the school, the church helps you to get a registration of your land as a government school. So not pushing them to the wall. Baba no batwala ttaka lyaffe. No. You and the school, who came first? Who gave who? So we should. That's why we captured the land at once, so that now we pick out, segregate which one is for the health centers, which one is for the schools. So that exercise is still going on, and we are sure the church has been cooperative, everybody has been cooperative, and we want to reach a logical conclusion of those ones, the boundaries and maintenance. Now, the rapid growth that you're seeing in urban centers needs protection. In particular, we need to look at the growing centers and those already existing centers, the expansion, the plans, so that now we know how much land we need as Uganda, as Minister of Lands under the Uganda Land Commission, to purchase for you, or to compensate, or to pay if there is somebody who has where we have interest of putting a project. So you need to open your brains, see how big your town will be, see where you want to end. Either you want from here to connect with the Igongo, or you want the other side to connect with which town, to make it one big city. We need to see the plan, where to compensate, where to do what. All those should be done after knowing how much do you have anyway. The question we must therefore ask ourselves is, will government still have the land it needs when that land is required? So we need to answer that question by knowing how much land we have. If you want the mayor and the councillors, put for us more wards, put for us more what? But is the land enough? You must be knowing how much land your health center has. Because now we are improving. The health center falls, 3s into 4s, and the 4s into district hospitals and those regional referral hospitals. So we should be, every facility has its own infrastructure required. So the issue of land must be taken very, very seriously. So if we do not protect government land today, then the government will have a problem in the future. Now, government cannot manage this land or this process from Kampala alone. The information we need is therefore here. If it is with the district land boards, it must be given to us. If it is with the chief administrative officers, the town clerks, the district fiscal planners, the surveyors, the natural resource officers, the political leadership, who are supposed to give us, supposed to be giving us this first-hand information, please, let's cooperate. If there is a cultural institution around, the religious institution, please, let's join hands. Let's work together so that there is nobody who is left aside. We shall work alongside with you for this public property, to generate this information, and we come up with an understanding, an agreeable position for us to begin. We don't want people to come with pangas and the guns to kill our surveyors on job. You must protect them. You must be with them at every corner. We have enough staff. People were asking, do you have the staff to do this? Yes. The staff which is going to work is directed from the LOC1. Directly. By the time the surveyor comes, we'll find a committee, a land committee in place. The land board in place. The sub-county leadership in place. And they will tell you. Even the natives will say, wano walito itawo. Ate you did not buy here. They know. Those people know. So we expect everybody to be working with us, because government has invested in a lot of money. And this a lot of money, I would tell you, because you are leaders, you need to know it. Though the project is going to take 5 years, we are going to take 5 years. We are rolling it in 5 years. But in this today's budget, we have 6 billion. 6 billion already released to begin the work, including sensitizing you people, including talking to you, the first plans, the surveys, the drafts, and all those that we are doing from the 6 billion. So now more revenue is going to come in the subsequent years, as we shall be adding. Not until in 5 years, this project must be completed. So for the next Sanja to come, for those who are contesting like me, will be knowing this is untouchable, this is touchable. And when you come, you'll be knowing how much land you have for the health center you are thinking about. How much land you have for the school you want to put in place. So it is a 5-year plan, and we shall do what? We shall have it in place. I know government in MBARARA bought some land. The president bought some land for you people, but you have started encroaching on it. Mayor, I will come and you take me around. You will take me around, and those people, because the president is passionate, before they chase me out of this ministry, I would have chased somebody. Vatakanyi hiromo office age. Aukwani njenda. I really need this position. Very much. Out of the 50 million people of Uganda, for Ntabaz to be among the only 80 board of directors of the country. You know hoshi. Otakanyi hireho. Nyoni mba nakoze lechi. Nimba nakulire. Ni nkulia mubisi. Yes, I will take you on. And don't think you are too connected, because where you are connected is the person who appointed me. And the one who is coming in at a later stage is a no-nonsense person. So don't think that you will go to Awokwani Manyogu, Oguni Nyokorume, Ogune Swenkazi, ebetebi kunkwata honyo. Swenkazi yawe. So, if you think government is buying land and your work is to grab it, excuse me, time will come, you will even blame the one who appointed you to be in that position. Okantera mo kubona abonash? Nkakutera mo bushumash? So we shall have the answers for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the government first for trying also its level best in MBARARA to get the 5 titles, the big titles which you have. But we are going to help you to get the remaining titles and you start implementing your projects without any fear or favor. So we are going to do this to make sure that timuchi nechimukwe kwasa and we shall move together. So the MZOs, I'm coming to eat with you. Those who have been double titling, giving out public land, doing those corruptions, absenteeism on work, nibakuronda toruho. There are very many people who have studied. Tuina bana bashomere bitabu nibinji. Very many of them. But yeah, street. For you, you are playing with what? With the job. For the cows, there are very many people who have studied this cow thing. Public management and administration. Very many. Very, very many. Social scientists, very many. Public administrators, very many on the streets. They are graduating from universities like pouring water. Nkumi ibiri. Nkumi ishatu. Nkumi ina. For you, you are a cow, you are playing with your job. Now we have surveyors in multitudes. We have them. You have land officers, very many. So if you think you are there, and moreover on contract. So you think you will pay yourself because you are time bad. We shall reach you. So all the blockers who fill the MZO up to the top, we have a plan for you. You are dealing into land, eating from the seller to the buyer to the fraudster to the what. That is your job. No kora chomu kamparo nyine mwemirimo no vuga mpenkon. But when they ask the job you are doing, nobody knows. You are a blocker. So, blocker, when you remove the L and put the R, you will be what? Broke. And that is when the hand of government reaches you. And remember, quick wealth also disappears quickly. Konkechi wa sweatingira nature one of which need accountability. So as I finalize, if I decided to talk about land, I would talk and it will go up to dawn. I want to assure the communities that we shall continue protecting and giving services to them through our able government. We shall continue taking stock of what belongs to us, and we shall treat this matter with the discipline it deserves. We shall treat it with the urgency it deserves, the responsibility, the credibility that it deserves. Some people are still seeing fighting corruption as a joke, but time will come. They will realize that, oh, these people were serious. So every district should be able to answer basic questions. Every district leader should answer basic questions. Somebody from the village asks you, Chairman LC5, think ubimanya, rekando ondo wa arandi. Really? Are you in charge of that district? They are asking you a simple question. When is the project going to start? You don't know. Which period has it been given? You don't know. I've told you 5 years. By 5 years, it must have been ended. Where is the source of the money? Government money. How much has so far been released? 6 billion. Simple answers to simple questions. Konkano fumbling with the answers, no, I don't know. Let me call the cow. Let me call the what? You are a political leader. You must have information with you. You must be equipped. That's why these technical teams almost sometimes challenge us on simple things because we don't know. So information is power. So this exercise is, should be treated with the respect it deserves. So finally, the land entrusted to government does not belong to individual leaders. Public officers or office holders don't own this land. We are merely custodians, and we hold these assets in public interest and in trust by the people of Uganda and the generations which is yet unborn. So our success should therefore not be measured only by how much government land we can identify today, but we should look forward. It should also be measured by whether the next generation finds that land better documented, better protected, better planned, and better managed than we found it. I encourage you all leaders, together with me, join the Land Commission today in this meeting to raise the flag up and to raise the difficult issues that we think cannot be resolved individually. Let's join hands as a district technical team, district political team, and we bring forward cases of encroachment which are hidden down there. And the gaps in the documentation should be cleared by you. The boundary challenges should be cleared by you. The disputes which will come up will reach you. Do the litigation in areas where technical staff is required, but also share what is required to give political backing to the political team. Because without political willingness, we shall have challenges in working together with the Land Commission. Let us learn from one another and leave this meeting with the practical actions that each district can implement when the teams start working. As I end my remarks, I need to emphasize that the development of a comprehensive government land inventory is ultimately about more than land records, but it is about protecting public assets, protecting taxpayers' money, protecting corruption, and protecting orderly physical planning for development of our industries, for infrastructure development, for social services, but also it's about securing land for future schools and other social services which makes government accountable to the population. And above all, it is about ensuring that government has the land necessary to serve Ugandans today and tomorrow. So for the people of MBARARA sub-region, the people whom I know love development. The people whom I know understand where they are going, where they are coming from, and where they are. And those who have a wider ankle understanding, with a wider importance of utilization of their land and the land for government, your effort is very vital. I am confident that the districts represented here will raise the flag high as responsible citizens. And let us work together for both central government, local governments, cultural leaders, professionals, communities, civil society organizations, the private sector to ensure that land is no longer uncertain or no longer poorly understood as a poor asset. On behalf of government, the government of Uganda, which I serve, and the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and on my own behalf, want to thank you and thank the Land Commission, the local governments, all the leaders here for having come in such a big number, collectively put together our heads for this important national program. And I look forward to actively seeing you participate in a constructive and meaningful deliberations that will build our country. It is now my singular honor, very single honor, the first of its kind, to officially declare the MBARARA Regional Stakeholders Awareness Meeting on Government Land Management and the Development of a Comprehensive Government Land Inventory officially opened. For God and my country.
Another round of applause to our chief guest, our Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. I think if it was possible, we would now even go into planning for the exercise and we forget about these other presentations. You've made it so easy for the ones who are going to make the presentation because you've touched almost all the issues. Yeah, thank you so much for reminding us that we are holding these positions in trust. You know, we are not indispensable. All of us who are here, whether we are political leaders or we have been appointed, we are technical people, we can be replaced. There are so many people who want to replace us. I'll tell you, I've just joined the commission, just not even 2 years. But I have quite a number of people asking me, when is your term ending? You can imagine, we've just started, but people are already looking for opportunities. I'm sure even your positions, those of you who have just assumed political leadership, people are counting. Lord Mayor Kacheves, people are counting. You're not yet even 1 year in office, but there are people already campaigning as if the elections are next year. So I think let's take our positions very, very seriously. Let us protect government land. Let's work professionally and diligently. I don't want to repeat what the Honorable Minister said. I think her messages were loud and clear. We all have a responsibility. We have a role to play. It's not going to be business as usual. I think she has given that much emphasis. It's no longer going to be rhetoric. You know, you've already seen Honorable Barra moving around and the shock waves that have been created. She has told us all the ministers are going to be like Balaam in the near future. So I think let's clean our houses. Let's do what we are supposed to do to avoid some of those situations. Let's all be accountable, you know. If we are leaders, we've made promises. We have social contracts with the people. People are going to hold us accountable at an appropriate time. So part of what we should do, let's protect government land. Government land, like I said, like the minister has said, like the chairperson has said, is not for us who are managing it or holding it. It's for the people of Uganda, both today and in the future. Right now, we are going to go out and take a group photo with our chief guest, our Honorable Minister. After that, we'll have lunch. It's ready. And strictly, we'll have 1 hour lunch, and then we come back for the session. But maybe before we do that, Let me just do some quick consultation. Ladies and gentlemen, I was asking the Honorable Minister if she can allow like 1 or 2 critical questions to be put to her, and she has kindly agreed. So I can allow 1 or 2 questions, critical questions, that the Minister can respond to, and then we go for a group photo, if any. Yes, Lord Mayor here. Who is the second one? Can I have a second one? Okay. Just those 2. And try to be brief.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. First of all, I want to congratulate you upon being appointed State Minister for Lands. And the office I know you will manage. The difference between you and Minister Baram is the similarity I know you. 2, you ably talked about the land that the president bought for people here. It has been a song. We have moved, commissioners have been here, and other ministers, of course, have also been visiting that land in Dwenshiru. The president bought, the land was not actually surveyed. So other people are just staying with others. They don't know who is supposed to be there and who is not. And I'm happy that in your remarks you talked about it. That means when you come on ground, that issue will be sorted out. It's not only that one. I also mentioned another area where another rich man, I also mentioned it when I met the president on 12th of February this month, of this year. The man called Mr. Bangamba also put a land title in the whole village. People are there, they are suffering. They don't know their fate. It is in Yakayoshu area, MBARARA City South. And I think really, with your support, we shall see how these people will also survive. Then lastly, this land grabber who is here, trying even to play around when the president says is the #1 witness of this Charwabuganda land. For him, he calls it Biasina Dam, where he used even to water cows from. The person came from nowhere. They forged agreements. They forged signatures of the land area land committees. They forged everything. Was given a title. When we talked, the title was cancelled actually. We went to Ministry of Lands, they cancelled out the title. The man went to court. The court, during that period, for us, we also processed ours. They gave us a land title now. And it's when we started to subdivide for the seed school. The seed school had reached a certain big level. We are supposed to have it. Then the person went to court. Court reinstated the other title that was cancelled. Now this gentleman immediately went and transferred into his names. He went to court and put a court order. We went to court. Mayor was taken to court as an individual. Can you imagine? Nyoka chebes kuntwaro mukoti ndukufebya government ndukufana na umshumari yao na Chabwisho. I don't know whether Chabwisho, where are you? The division mayor, me and him, and and even Madam Karen Kayong. So we are there, but at least court did not grant him that court order something. I don't know if you are quoting Vichenga Jemnong. At least that one. So now I want to thank the ministry. At least now they removed the names of Burio David recently, yes, from the land title now. So we are still struggling with our land title which is there, but the Akankwasa Rogers first title, which was reinstated by court, is also still there. And if back to Makankwasa Rogers kangambere honorable minister nubwo kuza owanyu kuriya aharukushara na bundu bujo harukushara na Kongo, you will never get Akankwasa Rogers. Akankwasa Rogers takabahagu munso mutakabahoga. He is a non-existent person. Takabahoga ni nkomuzi gwibari. Konkani wendu koza nawe. Nuwo mshumani wari hampa. Mbwenu obu wamanye ebyo, I will come and visit you. And I know azo tukorere na cheche cha bara mwe cyakora ni kibi katugire konkani kirungi kine kandi nacyo tucyangire kimwe n'engutokana bararana bazikora hato kagambira engineer nkoro rguto akayemerera mbwenu wakwata agagashuma gamataka agari kutahe byapa ukakwata mu 10 ukabitaho empingo no jangu bakagaruka kubikora nangwa nanye kunkuba ndinyo nanye nkameya wasite nguninye naruguza ukakwata mukaga ukakwata chairman wa district ukakwata mayors mukaga no jangu tutukagira kutwicheza mukama kumpera mu gihe bari munongo.
Thank you so much, our Lord Mayor. Let's get the second one and then the minister will respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. My name is Emmanuel Netanyahu. I'm the councillor Luchiri Sub-County here in for the chairperson of C5 Ibanda District. Honorable Minister, I would like to understand how deep this government intends to go when it comes to land issues. In some areas you will be in district X or Y, and then the population still recall that maybe 4 decades ago this used to be government land. Here used to be a market, but 3 decades later there are private infrastructure, hotels, fuel stations have been established on the government. The population believes once used to be government's land. So when you go to the inventory, whether it is a municipality in Kasese or it is a district in Bundubujo, it is not indicated anywhere. How does your ministry intend to penetrate to get to the crux of the matter in such scenarios? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really want to thank you because I thought I would have as many questions as possible. But thank God I'm a teacher by profession. And when I teach a class and I get only 2 questions, then the rest have understood. So the teacher needs a very big hand clap. Okay, I know it is very difficult to clap, but that is enough for me as of now. The issue of Rangeru. In the committee of parliament last week, it came up very, very seriously from the member of parliament of here. The honorable... Yes. That man with the Rangeru, no basa kumuita. I think you sent a very credible man in the parliament. Because he brought up this issue very loud and clear in the committee. And remember when I was, it was my first committee, it was my first time to hear about Rangeru. So I set a committee, a team, to go and ask about this Rangeru. Only to hear that this land, the answer with it is with the Uganda Land Commission. And the good thing, I'm with the executive director of Uganda Land Commission. So, I think the answer that you gave in the committee is required here, technically, without eating into words. 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The matter for Renjeru, we went back into our records. We discovered that government bought a residue. The family of, I think, Chiribata. By the time they sold to government, they had subdivided the bigger title. And what they sold to government was a residue, which is about, I think, 100 acres. And part of it is hilly and not very easily occupied by people. But also, I think when we sent the team, we realized that the people in Renjeru are also on land they believe belongs to government, and yet it is private property. We had requested the landlords for the other parts which had earlier been subdivided to submit the titles to the Land Commission through the office of the RDC. But up to now, they've not submitted those titles because we want to acquire the entire land and be able to settle everyone that is on that land. I thank you.
So finally, what are you saying?
We are still waiting for the titles of the other private owners. We want to compensate them, but we cannot force them to give us the titles. The law says willing buyer, willing seller. So if we can be encouraged, we get the titles, we compensate the entire land, and then we settle the matter once and for all.
I think we need to put in political support. We need to put in our effort because the technical person is waiting. Government compensates through the Uganda Land Commission. The money is there. Now we need to talk to those people with those small titles and who are our own. Nabitu tugambe nabo tubagambire barete titles ezi so that we know the government valuer comes and assesses the land and we compensate. Yes, RCC. Yes, please. You are the eye of the president here.
Honorable Minister and members of Uganda Land Commission. When I came to MBARARA 2 years ago, I'm now 2 years here, I found my predecessor, the commissioner now, had already entered into that land matter. You are talking about buying other people to compensate them for government to get that land. But you need to go into details happened to the first land that was bought by government.
Yes.
Where is the title for the hilly part they are talking about? Because the president was buying land to compensate, to buy for those who are already on the land. How can you say it was hilly when they were buying, like we are sitting in this hall, compensating the owner of the title so that these people get titles on the very land? There is something deeper. We need to investigate this matter further through the purchaser at that time. Who was in the commission at that time? Where was the land? Where is the title which they purchased? When we tried to look into it deeper, we found even the land they had presented was in Kanyarero, which is not possible. Renjeru is in MBARARA, not in Kanyarero. So there is a game there. We must reach the real point. Much as we buy others today, but we must get those people who bought that land at that time.
So now that is the representative of the president talking. So where is the title?
We have the title in office, but from what I'm gathering from the RCC, seems to state that it is for a different place. But the title we have was bought from that Chiribata.
Now, that's why I'm going to come to MBARARA officially and we sort those matters. If Chiribata has shifted, if the village can shift and go somewhere else, Which those are the things we are going to dig out. Because that is what has been happening at the Ministry of Lands. A title is here, the block is reading here, but the land is somewhere else. The block is, the name is here, the block is somewhere else. No. We need to work with you people so that we sort out those data what? Data things. So if you have the title, and the title is reading another thing, and the person on the ground is telling you that land is not the one, then we must come here and sort this matter once and for all. So I will give you a date, and then we come without even preparing those people. We don't need to tell them. It is only the leaders to know. We move around, we see this because they know how to maneuver with the land. So two, Mwamika Keves, we are going to, some of these issues that you are talking about need physical checking. I will come on that day. We move, even if it is a week, we spend it here, we move around with our technical teams and sort out some of these thieves who are moving around masquerading. And if a Kankwasa is not a human being, or is a robot, or what, we shall know that a Kankwasa is a robot in this laboratory. If it is a human being, we shall know who a Kankwasa is. Because we've dealt with this before, and we've known. When I was in trade, I would hear of companies, a company with no director. They read the directors who are not there, but the names are there. Eventually, we knew the godfathers behind these things. So we shall go systematically, and we shall understand. How deep does, will government go in wanting to establish the ownership of government land? We shall go as deep as possible. I don't know how many kilometers you want us to go deep, but we shall go deeper to make sure that we dig out the smallest content. Even if it is a spoon of government land, we shall get. Even those ones which have already been encroached on, we shall know at one time this was land for Kilembe mines. And Kilembe mines used it to pass via here. Those documents are there. Now, for those who have bought with the titles there, who gave them the titles? Minister of Lands. There is no any other body which gives the titles. You can have the power, but the authority to supply a title is still vested into my ministry. You may have the power, but the authority to evict and put back people on land is still vested in the office of the Minister of Lands. So, I have both power and authority. For you, you have only power. You have the guns. You have the what? Escorts. Blah, blah, blah. But those escorts will not print a title. The power for the Minister of Lands will still remain in the Minister of Lands. That's why you have been saying there are agencies which are working with the Minister of Lands. You have a land matter, you are running to an agency is abusing here, abusing there. Instead of coming back to the Minister of Lands to sort the matter once and for all, you are dealing with individuals on a system to fraudulently steal government. We shall dig them as deep as you can dig. Now, enjoy your breakfast. Or enjoy your lunch. I'm still here with you. They will present, and I will follow up to the route. God bless.
Thank you so much once again, Honorable Minister. I'm glad you are giving all of us the assurance that all the matters that have been raised will be followed up to their logical conclusion. And we look forward to having that kind of action being taken. Yeah, like I said earlier, let's move down now and take a group photo with the Honorable Minister, and then we'll have lunch for 1 hour, and then we come back here. Meanwhile, my Sanja has also ended. Thank you so much for being a good audience. Another commissioner will be taking over from me for the next session. Thank you so much.
Maybe for lunch, we have two serving areas. One is in the restaurant, which is on the first floor, and the second serving point is the pool side. Enjoy your lunch.
Cutting in terms of different perspectives, different dimensions, different institutions, different stakeholders, but at the end,
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to Masaka City.
we're dealing with an issue of land, government land, which is cross-cutting in terms of different perspectives, different dimensions, different institutions, different stakeholders. But at the end of the day, we all have a role to play. We want to make sure that government land is identified, is protected.
There are specific objectives as to why we are here today. One is to create awareness on the development of a government land inventory, to explain the legal and policy framework that underpin this key exercise, and to present to you, our key stakeholders, the methodology and implementation framework that we have, to clarify on the institutional roles that will be involved in the development of this inventory.
On our part, as Masaka City, we have been proactive, trying to secure titles for city land, but we have found many problems. Most of the land is encumbered. You find prime land titles put on top of other titles. Some of them have already been developed. Big buildings are sitting on this land, which was allocated irregularly.
Protecting government land is not a responsibility that can be carried out by one institution alone. It requires us to work together, share information, and ensure that government land is managed in the wider interests of the people of Uganda. As we continue these regional engagements, our purpose is not simply to come and speak to you. We have also come to listen to you. The people in this room understand the land issues in your districts far better than any file kept in Kampala can tell us. You know where government institutions are located, where boundaries have become unclear. You know where government land has been encroached upon. You know where records are missing or incomplete. And in some cases, you even know the history of particular pieces of land going back several generations.
When most of you speak about government land, it's sometimes easy to think only about titles and boundaries, but this is beyond. When we talk about government land, we are talking about land that is existing and it is planned for government use. Either it is being used by government or it has a plan for future use. And we are talking about land that is holding our schools, our health centers, our courts of law, our security institutions, our agricultural institutions, you know, land that is planned for any government activity. And behind every piece of government land, there should be a public purpose. It may be land on which we are seeing physical development, but it could also be land that is reserved for future use.
So if the ownership of that land is disputed, if boundaries are unclear, or its documentation cannot be found, implementation is slowed down. Projects or program implementation becomes more expensive. Sometimes resources have to be diverted towards resolving land problems instead of delivering the service for which those resources were originally intended. That is why government land management is also an issue of efficiency in public administration. Ladies and gentlemen, the comprehensive government land inventory gives us an opportunity to address some of these challenges systematically. Rather than waiting for a problem to arise, government should know the status of its land beforehand.
The exercise we are undertaking is therefore not simply a matter of compiling another list of titles. A comprehensive government land inventory should ultimately provide government with a reliable, structured, and continuously updatable picture of its land assets.
Some key action points that should be noted together with others that we may suggest. First of all, we need to nominate focal persons for each respective local governments. And two, we have
preliminary, we have our two presenters to unpack the reason for our being here. Like it has been stated before, this is a stakeholder buy-in to get commitment from the side of stakeholders to have the government land inventory developed comprehensively. So we are starting in the next 6 minutes. Let's take up our seats, not to waste time. Like it has been put, this is our fourth engagement. The inception one was at Mistil. It was national, where we elaborated on a number of issues. Again, with the core purpose of creating awareness in as far as developing a comprehensive government land inventory is concerned. The second was in Mukono at Riders. We called it Uganda 1, stakeholders engagement on government land inventory, where a number of districts in Uganda 1 region, districts such as Buvuma, Mukono itself, Kayunga, and the neighboring districts of Nakasongola were in attendance, and a number of key issues aimed at creating a rapport with the government, that's the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, in conjunction with Uganda Land Commission, so that we can create fertile ground for developing a comprehensive government land inventory. From Mukono, the third was in Masaka. It was termed Uganda 2, stakeholders engagement. And in Masaka, a lot in relation to the subject were aired out. We had our leader there, the system mayor, emphasize on this not being boss, but a real matter of government concern. As you may know, developing a comprehensive government land inventory, it helps government register all its land, thereby achieving land tenure security. And in achieving the land tenure security, government can easily engage investors, whether local or foreign, to have projects started in the names of creating jobs for the citizens and hence national development. So a subject of today, it's not a subject for only this region, but it's a subject for the whole country. A comprehensive government land inventory for sustainable land governance and national development. So time and again, directives come to ULOC requesting for an investor to be allocated land. But when we check out, we barely have any land to allocate to such an investor. And perhaps a chance which was made for Uganda may go to another country. So by creating time to be here, to commence on the journey of creating a comprehensive government land inventory is good, will be very imperative in fostering our national growth. When an investor gets our land administration organized, allocation of land to such a person can be with ease. And in most cases, these investors don't come with labor from abroad, so they tap on the local content in terms of labor. And in that way, the money in the pockets of our locals increases, tax payment, hence national development. Thank you. Thank you so much. Those who are still outside, I request that we get in. Time is not on our side. Let's get in and have the gist of the matter presented by our two senior technical officers. So let's take up the seats and we listen carefully, because this is where we have to get maybe concerns or questions after their presentations. So let's get in and we start. Thank you. Good afternoon once more. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the afternoon plenary chair, who is none other than Honorable Rosemary Tumusime. Honorable, you are very much welcome to take up the mantle.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tumsime Rosemary, and I am your session Chair, allow me to stand over the protocol already observed and to welcome you to this afternoon session. The afternoon session is normally difficult, but you have been a superb audience, and I hope you'll bear with us because this is the climax of our workshop. When you look at your timetables, those two presentations are supposed to take 1 hour, 45 minutes. But I know there is a lot of anxiety for people who need to go very far, like Isinjiro and many other places. So I am going to request that we have this session in 1 hour. I'll ask the presenters to present within 30 minutes each, and then we can have enough time for questions and answers. I want to thank you for your participation, and I know the morning was very, very long because you had quite a number of speakers who talked more on the political side, and I wouldn't like to add to what they said. But it is important just to remind you about our mandate as ULC, which is to hold and manage land in and out of Uganda, and the property that we own as a nation. However, you cannot manage what you don't know. Therefore, the purpose of this workshop is to engage you. While we create awareness, we want to engage you because all land is in the districts. And you, in the districts, will only help us to achieve that exercise of a comprehensive government land inventory. I believe after the presentations, which are technical, many of you will have questions to ask, and I kindly request participants to write down their questions and comments so that when we get to that time, all of you are ready to receive back from the presenters. The success of this exercise really depends entirely on your patriotism, like the mayor said, but also your commitment, because each one of us is going to benefit from this exercise. With those few words, I would like to request the presenter for the first topic, Mr. Dennis Msinguzi, to come and present his paper. I thank you, and I wish you good listening. I'm sure your sugar levels have stabilized, but please don't sleep in the process. Dennis, you're welcome.
Thank you, Session Chair, Honorable Rosemary. I will also write on the protocols already observed. And I've been given maybe less than a quarter of the time. I've been given less than 25% of the time I would have used to make this presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to take you through the process of developing, Uganda Land Commission's process of developing a comprehensive government land inventory on this day at Hotel Triangle in MBARARA. The theme is towards a comprehensive government land inventory for sustainable land governance and national development. We start with the mandate of Uganda Land Commission as established under Article 238 of the Constitution, and the mandate is under Article 239 and Section 49 of the Land Act to hold and manage land vested in or acquired by government of Uganda. The strategic objectives of the Commission are service responsive management of government land, leverage digital transformation, boosting sustainability and partnerships, and enhancing stakeholder engagement and public trust. Today, we are doing stakeholder engagement. That's the constitutional mandate I already talked about, and the Land Act, but also Section 41 of the Land Act places the management of the land fund under the Uganda Land Commission. The day-to-day operational procedures at the Commission include compiling and updating the government land inventory, surveying, causing surveys, leases, and ensuring compliance to lease terms. We start with we are talking of a government land inventory, but what is government land? That is land vested in or acquired by the government in accordance with the Constitution, or acquired by the government abroad, or land lawfully held, occupied, and or used by the government and its agencies for the purpose of carrying out functions of government. We also have land that is held in trust for the citizens. That includes the land reserved for touristic, natural heritages, forests, lakes, wetlands, game reserves, and this category of land is protected through separate legislation and gazettement as under the Constitution, Article 237. But of course, it is also important that if this land is surveyed and titled, it also increases the security of this land. These are the categories. We have the vested lands, that is under the Public Lands Act of 1962, where all colonial lands were turned into public land by order in council of 1962. We have acquired land, we have institutional land, including land occupied by institutions like schools, hospitals, and ministries. We have land for parastatal and constitutional bodies, land abroad. This is land held by missions abroad by the Ugandan government. It's also under the management of Uganda Land Commission. Administrative headquarters, protected lands, I talked about them. Public utility land, land held for public utilities such as dams, the infrastructure corridors, among others. So the evolution of government land, before 1900, all land was held under customary tenure across Uganda, though there was no Uganda at that time. Rights were derived from community membership under customary law, and these laws were different in every side of the country. Land was typically held through family, clan, and community structures based on customs of a particular area. In the colonial era, we had the Buganda Agreement signed, the Toro and Ankole agreements, which introduced Milo land in Uganda, the native freeholds in Toro and Ankole. We had the Crown Lands Ordinance of 1903, where customary occupants were treated as tenants at sufferance, and this land, which was neither Milo native freehold, was under the Crown, known as Crown land. And then at independence, Crown land became public land. In 1975, we had the Land Reform Decree, which made all land, government land, under the management of Uganda Land Commission. Other tenures, Milo freehold, were abolished and converted into leases. The 1995 Constitution revested land in the people under the four tenures: freehold, customary, Milo, and leasehold. And then the Land Act operationalized the reforms and also redefines the mandate of Uganda Land Commission into the present role, which is holding and managing government land. Previously, under the 1975 decree, all land was under the management of Uganda Land Commission. What's the role of Uganda Land Commission in the management of government land? There's a stage of acquisition where ministries, departments, agencies acquire land through direct purchase or get grants. We look at the stage of titling. These ministries apply to the commission to cause survey and titling of the land. And then the commission keeps custody of these titles and updates the inventory. And when we come to protection of government land, it has already been mentioned here by the different speakers. This is a mandate of all of us, but the basic role is the users. In local governments, the local government, you are really tasked with this. Protection of government land is the role of every one of us. There is land which can be used for development by individuals and private companies. Here the commission grants leases on different terms and conditions, and after granting these leases, non-tax revenue is collected in form of premium and ground rent, and the commission ensures compliance with the lease terms. The commission also facilitates and contributes to dispute resolution. So why a comprehensive land inventory now? I've talked about the constitutional mandate of the commission. The Uganda Land Commission is charged with holding and managing government land. So, like the Secretary in his remarks noted, you cannot accurately manage what you don't accurately know. It's a policy requirement under the National Land Policy. The policy is under review, specifically Statement 27, which requires all the government to audit, survey, title and take stock, and have an inventory of government land and public land. Vision 2040 calls for systematic land demarcation nationwide, and the World Bank usually requires all entities to have title and ownership of land before funding projects. So we really need to have that. There's a presidential directive that directed the commission to compile and update the inventory, parliamentary resolutions, budget call circulars, and previous cabinet directives. So what is the problem and what are the consequences of inaction? We have fragmented land records. Whereas the commission is mandated with the holding and managing government land, we have fragmented records both in the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Uganda Land Commission, ministries, departments and agencies, local governments, each having records of government land. So we need to bring all this together so that we can have a comprehensive record. As earlier noted, a significant portion of government land also remains untitled, and we need to title this and bring it up into the inventory. The risks are double allocation, encroachment, and of course, if you don't know, you cannot collect revenue from leases. And then weak evidence as a poor basis for planning. What is the purpose of the engagements? We are talking of awareness creation. We need to mobilize all holders of government land records. We bring them together so that they can submit these records, and we also communicate on how to submit the records. Also communicating roles and responsibilities when it comes to who does what when we are doing this exercise of developing a comprehensive inventory of government land, and also correct feedback on processes and schedules. What are the benefits of a comprehensive inventory? We have secure public assets. This is protecting government land from encroachment and loss, fraud, investment planning, facilitating investment planning. If you have reliable data, planning for infrastructure, service delivery and development planning is easy, revenue and accountability, and then evidence-based decision making. We also have a reduction in disputes and compensation costs. If you have government projects, sometimes when you don't know the land, you end up compensating wrong owners, yet the land is already government land. We are looking at protection of sensitive ecosystems, real-time access to records. The inventory we are talking about is not just a list. we want to have it in a GIS system so that by a click of a button, you're able to get data and information on a particular piece of land, and then strengthening land governance and administration. This is looking at the stakeholders, core stakeholders, Uganda Land Commission, Minister of Lands, ministries, departments and agencies, local governments. We shall work with surveyors, valuers. We shall have to also work with the lessees on government land, police, the media, of course the land, all this, the records will also be integrated into the land information system, and so that it can be able to be accessed nationally. This is assigning of roles, what each MDA does in the inventory, Minister of Lands, giving policy directions, providing standards for surveying, titling, valuations. The Uganda Land Commission as the entity mandated. The MDAs, we expect them to give us data, verify, to do verification and handing over records of land under their institutions, similar to the local governments and district land boards, supporting in verification, adjudication, demarcation, ground truthing, and also submitting records and also focal persons the Commission will work with during this exercise. Police and security committees is ensuring law and order and providing security to the field teams. We are going to have surveyors move all over and valuers and planners. We hope the police will be able, and security teams will be able to ensure that there is law and order. We have other stakeholders like religious institutions, civil society and opinion leaders whom we hope will mobilize the local community to support the activity. But also we have instances where religious institutions have actually given government leases. So we also request that we get that information from the religious institutions and also the leases that they acquired from government. I think what does ULC need from the stakeholders now? MDS to nominate focal persons and submit records. Local governments, today we need to give us with the planning, share the planning and land use data, and also submit records of government land in your areas of jurisdiction. The land registrar at the Minister of Lands has already given us extracts in the different areas I've started, but we shall need them again. The lessees, we called upon them to update their records. They are doing that, and we also request that for those who have not come forth, they should be able to come. This exercise is being done with the support of the Ministry of Land, Surveying and Mapping Department. And with the media, we request that you communicate accurately, indeed accurately. The methodology, the overview is here. We start with mobilization and sensitizations. We have already, this is part of the mobilization. Actually, we had earlier moved into the cities and municipalities. After the mobilization, we shall get the cadastral data sourcing and do documentary review. This has been done and is an ongoing activity in the different areas. Then we shall have reconnaissance surveys to obtain preliminary coordinates that shall be captured, and will guide further field operations. Our teams will do field visits and to collect data and do data validation. Secretary mentioned verification being key. After the field visits, we need to do verification that the information captured is indeed the correct position and information on the government land. There is GIS design development and map production and spatial analysis. I've already mentioned it, that the inventory I'm looking at is a digital one in a system. Actually, the team has already designed. In the next engagement, we shall have them do a demo for the stakeholders so that you can see what we are looking at. And then we shall do capacity building, reporting, and documentation to do the training and prepare final technical reports. This is going deep into the documentary review. The sources of data are the ULC files, the titles, DD plans, correspondences, payment records, land registry, extracts, the information from the MDAs, the local government records, gazette notices, satellite imagery, variation records, historical maps, among others. And then we shall do a reconciliation matrix with evidence grading. Here we mean you confirm, we are now trying to confirm the evidence that this is government land. We have grades A, B, and C. With A, we are looking at presence of a certificate of title for government, historical map, and government installation on the land. Definitely that is government land. Secondary, we are looking at presence of a government installation on the land. So that has to be subjected to other reviews to be sure that indeed that is government land. Then we have tertiary and provisional, which looks at other records on government interests on the land. Someone mentioned 40 years back there was a market, that kind of thing. This is going through the field operations of the survey team. We shall have workflows that are under the supervision of the Commissioner for Surveys and Mapping, and we shall also rely on government surveyors and licensed surveyors for field work and tie the work to the National Geodetic Control. Basically that is trying to put in the details. You can skip that. Looking at verification, there's a pre-field briefing, stakeholder notifications. These surveyors will not come without notifying the stakeholders on ground that they are coming, the officers of the RDCs, the district chairpersons, CAOs, and all other stakeholders. Then they do boundary work, that is just doing a reconnaissance. It should be in the presence of witnesses and with the engagement of other stakeholders. Then they do the surveys using GNSS and total station equipments, do a photo sketch, handle some issues if they arise, and then do the data synchronization. This is a typical illustration of what we envisage a parcel, the fields we envisage a parcel to have in the inventory itself. Like we mentioned, it is not just a list. The attributes are like a title, the tenure, the custodian MDA, the user occupier, the lease status, the nature of developments, the land use, land value, any other documents, restrictions, encroachment status. These all will be captured in the inventory so that we really have comprehensive information on the status of that particular government land parcel. This is another, like a continuation of the other, the whole land inventory system architecture, spatial database, documents can be deposited there, the computer interface with standard data exchange. We are looking at WebGIS and the mobile field app to have workflows, process engine with identity and the access management and audit backup. So what progress has been achieved? The Commission sent in communications to all MDAs on the submission of information and nomination of focal persons for this exercise. Indeed, this communication was also sent out to 16 priority cities and municipalities: Kampala, Entebbe, Jinja, MBARARA City, Gulu, Mbale, Hoima, Fort Portal, Arua, Lira, Masindi, Kasese, Mubende, Masaka, Tororo, and Soroti. Actually, all these local governments complied, and we even had some physical engagements with all of them. And of course, significant progress has been made. We have had field verifications done, reconnaissances. We have had field surveys in these areas. We have had in Jinja, Masindi, Entebbe, Gulu. The teams are moving, doing the work, and this will be rolled out later. The Commission also held a national stakeholder engagement. That was on the 7th of July. You have heard about it. And thereafter, this is the third regional stakeholder engagement workshop. The data sources, I mentioned them earlier, but this is just showing you the integration. MDA registers, local government planning layers, orthophotos and satellite imagery, the land registry records, the UOC records. These are the data sources for the details on government land. So I've already talked about the parcel identifiers, which will be in the inventory. So probably we can go. Of course, the inventory will also follow restricted data security. There will be a layer for public view, restricted to other information will be restricted to the different users, and confidentiality has to be exhibited where it need be, and of course the legal perspectives of data protection. We anticipate some legal and operational issues. These are arising from encroachments. Many people have encroached on government land, and like it was noted earlier, someone, was it mayor, it was the RCC who said we have to be ready to do litigation, but that will come later as first capture, but we anticipate that. Caveats, of course, the difficulty in identifying untitled government land, boundary conflicts, and also irregular allocations, where you find that our own district land boards have irregular allocated government land. I want to take the opportunity and thank MBARARA City Land Board. At least MBARARA City Land Board has been referring applicants to the commission, where they find that the land subject of application is government land. We have not had any issues with MBARARA City Land Board. And I call upon all other land boards not to allocate government land irregularly. Of course, delayed submission of lists of information on government land by the various MDAs. We are engaging them. There is overlapping mandates with MDAs that choose to register government land in the entity names. You know, they have their acts by parliament which establish them as corporate bodies who can own property. Of course, jurisdiction disputes, I've already talked about them. You know, in other areas, they have also told us that ULC also allocates land which is under the jurisdiction of the land boards. But with the comprehensive inventory, this should be avoided. The rest are annexes, trying to show what we envisage to have in the inventory. You can proceed. This is the stakeholder matrix, and each stakeholder, the role, and the evidence would need the stakeholder to submit to the commission. I've already mentioned them. In my final remarks, I can also stress that development of a comprehensive government land inventory is a shared responsibility, and we should work together to protect government land and public assets. And today's commitment will move the inventory from methodology towards to a phased national rollout. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Okay, thank you very much, Dennis, for that presentation. I kindly request you to give him a big hand clap. Dennis has ably unpackaged what is expected of the government land inventory. And I believe you have captured what you will ask. But just to remind you a bit, he touched on the identity of ULC. He talked of the legal and constitutional mandate. He defined what we mean by government land. In one meeting in Mukono, the district land boards were worried that ULC had come to take their land. But I want to allay your fears that we have not come to take any land, but the comprehensive government land inventory will solve those issues of ownership, which is government land and which is private land. He also talked about the categories of land, evolution of the government land from 1900 to the time the Land Act was enacted, and how we came into existence. He also mentioned why we need a comprehensive land inventory. It is not to say that we don't have an inventory, but this one is going to be comprehensive. And there is no way we can make a comprehensive land inventory without your participation. So you are key stakeholders in this exercise, and we really hope you will embrace this exercise. He also mentioned the roles of the different stakeholders, and you realize it is shared responsibility. And I want to appeal to you that we can only make it possible if we work together. One of the local proverbs said, we can't do anything alone. We need each other. And therefore, when you look at why we need this inventory, in his presentation he mentioned that there are fragmented records, we have untitled parcels. In the minister's statement, she said out of the 26% of government land, 23%, only 26 is titled. So we need to save the 74 and make sure we protect it for national development. He also mentioned that there is weak evidence, and some of these parcels that we talk of as government land, we are not sure. So we can only be sure after we have established what belongs to government. I therefore would like to invite the next presenter, who is going to tell us how do you title government land, and then later we can go into deeper discussion on what exactly you want to know, and we also get your feedback on what you have received since. May I now invite Winnie Nandugwa, the Senior Land Officer, to make her presentation. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Rosemary. All protocol observed. Good afternoon to you all. My voice is not so good. You excuse me for that. My name is Winfred Nandugwa. I'm here to take you through the procedure for titling government land. Next slide. Purpose and objectives for title in government land. Title in government land secures public ownership, prevents illegal encroachment, and promotes sustainable and well-planned land use. Here we are looking at why should government land be titled. First and foremost, it is good to have government land titled in order to secure government ownership by official proof or through a land title. Then also, title in government land prevents illegal encroachment and land grabbing. You find that clearly surveyed boundaries and registration protects government land from illegal occupation, fraudulent claims, and unauthorized sales. When we title government land, it helps us improve land administration, and this makes it easier for government agencies to identify, manage, and monitor government land. Also, title in government land helps promote sustainable land use through aligning allocation with a national land policy. This also helps us safeguard the wetlands, forests, and protected areas. When we title government land, it helps us increase the transparency and accountability. A registered title creates official record and helps prevent corruption and unauthorized allocation of government land. Then also, when government land is titled, it protects public assets for the future generations. Next slide. The legal and constitutional framework. Government land titling is anchored in Uganda's constitution and framework of the land statutes and policy. As you may see on the slide, the Constitution of Uganda, Article 237, vests untitled land not owned by citizens in the government of Uganda. Then also Article 239 empowers the Uganda Land Commission to hold and manage government land. Also Article 26 of the Constitution guarantees the prompt and fair, adequate and adequate compensation that is under compulsory land acquisition. The Land Act, Cap 226, Section 49, defines government land, and also under Section 53, subsection D, it mandates Uganda Land Commission to cause surveys of land under its jurisdiction. The Land Acquisition Act, Cap 226, governs compulsory land acquisition for public purposes under the eminent domain. This is where government has power to take over private property for public purposes like the construction of roads, hospitals, schools, and other public infrastructures. Then the PPDA Act governs the purchase and transfer of already titled land to government. The Stamp Duty Act, Cap 339, Section 3, subsection 2. This exempts transfers made in favor of government from stamp duty payment. Then the National Land Policy, it guides the equitable access, protection of government land, and sustainable land management. The Land Regulations 2004, they operationalize the provisions of the Land Act. Next slide. The common surveys and mapping standards. You find that all government land surveys apply uniform national standards for accuracy and in the National Land Information System. The approved data, it is always critical that all government land surveys are recorded in the approved data of the ITRF 2005. If these cannot apply, then the WGS 84 is the approved datum. Then the projection and zones. The Universal Transverse Marketer, the UTM is the national projection for mapping in Uganda. Uganda falls in zones 35 and 36, and that is in the north and south of the equator. The units and coordinates used. The coordinate system used is the grid format, which is the northings and eastings. Then the boundary verification. A cadastral map is produced. Then also the physical planning committee verifies the boundaries and checks for overlaps. That is during the boundary opening. Then there must also be stakeholder engagement. Surveys require consultation with communities, neighbors, and stakeholders. The 7 titling pathways. The guidelines for titling government land define seven routes to a government title, and these are selected according to how the land is held or acquired. The first one is untitled government land vested in the Uganda Land Commission. Then the titling and the titling of land acquired by Uganda Land Commission, for example, under the Land Fund. Titling of customary land acquired by government. Acquiring and transferring already titled land. That is, government can acquire land with a freehold title, leasehold title, or a milo title. Then titling of land acquired under the eminent domain. Subdivision of milo land to process a government title. Then also processing a title for government for land which is sitting on kingdom land or institutional land. For example, the churches, the Islamic foundations, and also there's Uganda Land Board. Next slide. So our pathway 1 is untitled government land vested in Uganda Land Commission. For untitled government land which is vested in Uganda Land Commission, Article 239, under Article 239, it starts with the accounting officer of the user MDA. So you find that the user MDA has to identify and verify boundaries of the untitled land they are interested in titling. This is done through review of deed plans, maps, lease registers, and titles. Then the next step is application to Uganda Land Commission. The accounting officer of the user MDA applies to ULC to cause a fresh survey supported by a land verification report. Then the survey and demarcation, Uganda Land Commission issues a minute under section 53, subsection D, and instructs the commissioner surveys and mapping, or the ministry zonal staff surveyor or the district staff surveyor to demarcate and produce a cadastral map. Next is the documentation. ULC prepares the survey report, cadastral map, and other supporting legal documents for submission to the Ministry's office. Then the public notification, ULC issues a 14 days notice for the public to either object or approve the titling of the acquired land. The next is the submission to the Ministry's office. The originals are lodged and stamped photocopies are retained by ULC and they are scanned. A site plan is issued and the land officer checks the compliance of the documents. Then the survey instrument, the staff surveyor issues an instrument to survey. This is usually done by the district staff surveyor. The district staff surveyor signs the report and the cartographer plots the land. Then registration, the senior land officer confirms compliance and the senior register of titles approves and issues title. The issuance of title, the certificate of title is issued in Uganda Land Commission's name with the user MDA indicated in brackets. So on the right right upper side of the slide are the required documents and the fees, as you can see them on the slide. Next, the pathway 2 is land acquired by Uganda Land Commission. The Commission can either acquire land that is already titled or untitled. Where land acquired is already titled, for example, under the land fund, land acquired under the land fund, a transfer is done into the names of Uganda Land Commission. For land that is not already titled, that is not yet titled, it begins with a verification of the land documents. Then ULC issues a minute to cause a survey under section 53, subsection D, and demarcation to national standards. Then documentation preparation, a survey report, cadastral map, and a memorandum of understanding with a seller and the seller's national ID prepared for submission to the Ministry Zonal Office. Notification and registration, still a 14 days notice is issued by ULC for the public to either object or approve the titling. A title is finally issued in the names of Uganda Land Commission with a ministry, department, or agents indicated in brackets. Pathway 3, customary land to freehold. The Commission can also title government land through acquiring customary land and convert it to freehold. Customary land acquired by government entity is converted into freehold through the district land board, which also works hand in hand with the area land committee. It starts with the application. The accounting officer applies through the Uganda Land Commission secretary and completes Form 6 as indicated in the first schedule of 2004 land regulations. Then the area land committee lodges Form 6 with the area land committee, inspects the land under Form 6. Then the survey and demarcation follows, whereby the district or the Ministry Zonal Office demarcates the land, and the end result is a deed plan. Then registration. Through the Ministry Zonal Office, the Senior Register of Titles issues a freehold title in the names of Uganda Land Commission with a user MDA indicated in brackets. On the right-hand side are the required documents and fees. As you can see, Form 6, 10, 19, and 23. Then also the Area Land Committee, the Land Officer reports, and others. Next slide. Transfer of titled land. Government can also title land when it acquires land, which is either freehold, leasehold, or milo. And this follows the PPDA Act procurement process. It starts with the expression of interest of the government entity which is interested in acquiring that land. Then the due diligence, which is done through title search, boundary opening, and evaluation of the land. Then the clearance and contract. The Solicitor General has to give clearance to the purchase of that land. Then the transfer instruments, owner's title copy, signed transfer forms, the TIN, 2 passport photos, and national ID. In case of a company resolution is also required. These documents are put together for submission to the Ministry Zonal Office. Then transfer is done into the names of Uganda Land Commission with a government, ministry, department, or agents indicated in brackets. Then the stamp duty, you find that for transfers in favor of government are exempted under Section 3, subsection 2 of the Stamp Duty Act. Next is the eminent domain. As earlier stated, the eminent domain, government has powers to acquire private property for public use. For example, when they are constructing roads, schools, for resettlement purposes, and any other public use. So this starts with a notice. The acquiring authority issues a formal notice of intention to acquire the land. Then valuation and compensation is done. This is done by a registered valuer. And it has to be approved by the chief government valuer. The compensation has to be fair, prompt, and adequate. The entitling. The land is registered in the names of Ugandan Commission with the acquiring entity indicated in brackets. There are special considerations for land under eminent domain. It must not be diverted to other private use. In case of such a scenario, this must be approved by cabinet. Then also for resettlement and in case there is displacement, then the resettlement and livelihood plans must be available. The next pathway is the Milo land subdivision. Government can also acquire land through purchasing Milo land title, whereby it is subdivided in favor of a government entity. So this starts with obtaining seller's documents, which are the duplicate certificate of title, a completed surveyor stamped mutation form, and 2 passport photos of the owner. Then the survey and deed plans. A registered surveyor prepares an area schedule and deed plans within the ITRF 2005 or the WGS 84 datum. Then submission to the zonal office. Originals and photocopies are lodged and stamped. Subdivision usually takes 10 to 25 working days. That is at the zonal land office to come up with 2 separate titles. Then the collection, the MDA representative collects the duplicate certificate of title, and the stamped photocopy is returned to the MZO. Then the transfer and residue. The subdivided title is transferred into the government entity's name, still with the Ugandan Commission, and there is a MDA indicated in brackets. And the residue title is returned to the Milo seller. The final pathway, government can also acquire land from kingdoms and institutions. For example, the Buganda Land Board, there are also several parcels of land owned by the Catholic Church and other institutions. So this starts with
Please give her another hand clap. She has done her best, but at least she has brought out the message. And we want to thank you, Winnie. I believe, maybe I want to find out, did we give handouts to the participants? Yes, everybody has. Okay, for the remaining bit, I'm sure you read through and you'll get to understand what she hasn't completed. You will all agree with me that this subject was very important for us, because as long as you don't have a title, you cannot claim ownership. We have had different stories of encroachment, and this is because parcels of land do not have titles. So Winnie has taken us through a number of things, the legal and constitutional framework, the surveys and mapping standards, and now the pathways on how to obtain titles for different land. I believe you will all agree with me that these presentations were very necessary for you to understand why we need a comprehensive government land inventory. And both presentations have unpacked the importance of this government inventory. It has addressed the who will do what, the methodology, how it will benefit us as districts, because as you heard this morning, the Lord Mayor mentioned they are going to miss a project. So it is very, very important for us to have the comprehensive government inventory. So friends, I want to thank the presenters, because those were two key presentations which took us to the technical part, and they have actually worked within the time that I gave them. Can you please give them a hand clap? So what are you taking home with you? Your take home is, which was in Dennis's presentation, as you go back to your districts, you need to identify a focal point person who is going to help you implement what we have discussed. You need to go back and update the records that you have. And the districts will also go back and help to create awareness of those who have remained behind. Here you may have only the chairman of the district land board, but the land board has many other members. We want this exercise to involve everybody because it is important. I know the data that we collect will help us, even as districts, to be able to find where we can do things that will benefit our people. So with those very few words, I would like to stop here and invite Commissioner John Fisher Kasenge to take us through the question and answer. Thank you very much for being an attentive audience. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Honorable Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, we lost a lot of time in the morning, but we lost it to fruitful and productive presentation and discussion and the guidance by our political leader, the minister, the docket minister. Therefore, this question and answer session can be shortened depending on what you decide, in order that to give you time to be able to travel home when it is still manageable. So I think we are going to commit a few minutes to this session and have a few questions. May I ask the presenters, the technical papers presenters, and the secretary of the commission, in case there are those questions that are a bit above the presentations but that need to be answered, so that he will be able to answer or to handle. And therefore, I'll have so we are going to commit strictly 30 minutes to this session of question and answer, and then we dive into the closing ceremony
session of our workshop. So they are already here, ready to receive the questions. You put up your hand and then you'll mention your name, your designation, and then you ask the question very precisely. Be concise and precise. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. The session. Thank you very much, the session chair. And I would like to thank the two presenters who have taken us through very pertinent issues. But my concern, Mr. Chair, is about the representation of participants.
Remember to mention your name and probably the district, and then you can ask.
I'm Peace Tabakona, representing Chairman Land Board Bushenyi. My concern is the representation of the participants today in this meeting. I think it was a very big oversight not to have invited the chairman of the C5s, the RDCs, and the cows. My point is that my Bushenyi has my Bushenyi district has not got any big person from those big fish, whom I think play a very big role if this project is to kick off. And secondly, I want to know if there is a time when you move down to sensitize these people. I don't say that I will not take the message, but my message will not be as effective as yours. So I beg that next time, please hook the big fish to come and
So the second one, 2, 3, 4, and then we shall have only about 3 this side. And I don't know who is doing the timing. Alex, 30 minutes. Okay.
Thank you very much. The name is Kalikwani Omar, and I'm a land officer from the Department of Land Administration, headquarters Kampala. Now, I would like to start by borrowing some 2 concepts of planning, the concept of outcome and the concept of output. Now, whereas the inventory might represent the element of outcome, which is doing a general inventory on what is government land, where it is, and who is in occupation. Now, there is an ultimate outcome, and to me, I would like to see clarity whether this outward outcome is housed under someone called NPA, National Planning Authority, because they had a similar or akin concept of establishing a land bank, and back then in around, as Secretary and PS might be aware, they have started engaging key stakeholders to come up with such an aspect, and to me, which I think is an output of this inventory. And I would like to seek your clarity, and you also step in to make it clear on who will be the clear person to handle that mandate of the output part. Now, the second question comes into this inventory will reveal that some of these lands will be occupied by occupants. Now, this occupant could be clarified as squatters, might be clarified as lawful occupants, might be clarified as bona fide class occupants on such lands. Now, how will you deal with such people if at all the inventory happen to reveal the same? Thank you.
Next one.
Thank you.
Chiria Eri, District Natural Resources Officer, Ivanda. Mine goes on to ask, where do forest reserves belong? Are they also going to be inventoried in this? Then two, if they are, why is it that Uganda Land Commission is continuing to give out forest reserves for private use when actually they are gazetted in the Uganda Gazette? Thank you.
Next one.
Yes, Patrick Atuyatuga was my name, Head of Natural Resources, Shema. Two questions. Number one, in the process of titling land.
Yes. All right, yeah. I am a natural, I always don't use because I can break it. Two questions. Number one, in the process of titling land, there are actors in the process. And one of the actors is the Area Land Committee. Another actor is the District Land Board. In the situations whereby, for example, there is a conflict between Area Land Committee and the Land Board, how is it resolved? I talk about this because we have experienced it in Shema, whereby I had wanted to secure one of the land in Chitagata sub-county, but on the members of the land committee, somebody who has an interest, and the land board got stuck. How do we go about such a scenario? Then secondly is I've heard about that as long as you don't have a title, you can't claim ownership. Oh, I'm scared and I'm afraid. 80% of the people will present don't have the titles. Now, when we go back, can the person who presented this statement rectify it so that we have what to talk? Because many of us don't have titles, and if you say that we don't, without titles, we are not having ownership. Oh, it gets misguided.
Okay, now, in order to be able to fit within the time we have set, I would like this set of questions answered. I think you've been noting and you know who can tackle which one. Let's get the responses to this first set of questions from the presenters, technical presenters here, this side. The mic.
Thank you, session's chair and participants, for the questions. Most of them were not directly focused to the presentations, but nevertheless, we shall try to answer. Umaru talked about the mandate. I think in the presentation it was clear, and it is constitutional, that the mandate of holding and managing government land is with the Uganda Land Commission. Of course, other entities can supplement on this mandate. We call upon them. Even when you look at the budget call circulars, accounting officers are always asked to ensure that government land in their areas is titled, but that does not take away the mandate of holding and managing government land from Uganda Land Commission. From a planning perspective, it is good to have a land bank, and NPA being the coordinator of planning, it is not wrong. But when it comes to the mandate of holding and managing government land, having inventory of government land, that is Uganda Land Commission, Article 239 of the Constitution. You also asked what will be done to the people occupying the land. I don't want to term them as bona fide, lawful, encroachers, whatever the case. But for now, let us take stock. Let us know the land. Let us know the developments on the land. Let us know the level of encroachment. Any other incidentals will be handled on case-by-case basis when the time comes. Where do forest reserves belong? In the presentation, I talked about the protected areas in separate legislation and gazettement. That is where they belong. But it is also good practice to have them titled. Then you said the commission has gone ahead and allocated forest reserves. If that was done, I know the case you're talking about. It was erroneous, and the commission has since recalled that allocation because the information was not clear that indeed was not known to brought to the attention of the commission that it was a reserve. Conflicts between the district land board and area land committee, that would be the policy ministry, but I think I'm also technical enough. I think in the law, the area land committees work with the district land board in an advisory capacity. So the decision of it is not mandatory that the board has to follow the recommendation of the committee. The board can actually override the recommendation of the area land committee with their reasons. So if you bring it to the attention of the board that somebody, the chairman of the committee, has an interest, the board can go ahead and approve the allocation. If that is proved, then I think again you talked about that someone said someone without a title cannot claim ownership. I've not heard that. The tenure systems are for customary, freehold, leasehold, and Milo. And as we may all know, most of the customary interests in Uganda are not documented. Even some government land actually is not, majority of government land is not titled. I don't know, maybe you created the scenario, I'm not very sure. Thank you.
Dennis, the issue of outcome and input. Okay.
It is true I said it, and I don't deny, but I think I was speaking in the context of government land. One of the reasons that we want to have a comprehensive government land inventory is to know what we own. As Uganda Land Commission, how do we manage something we don't know? And how will we know it? Why are there encroachments? There are these places, PIDA, all of you know PWD places, and they are in many districts. And people have continued to encroach slowly by slowly by slowly. But probably now when we have this inventory, people will be clear about what belongs to who. With private land, I know many of us may not have titles. But I am saying that in this context, we need to have titles for government land. I beg to submit.
Before we get to the second set of questions, there is a person who expressed concern over the absence of Bushenyi, big fish, he called it. And if you had the opportunity to look at the invitation lists, you'd be able to realize that that did not only happen to Bushenyi, but as we were doing the invitations, we tried to kind of spread, and in some districts we were unable to invite all the key big fish as she has pointed out. But I think I concur with you that some big element of political presence, the political power center, on all invitations in each district, at least there must be a big power center. Take note. Thank you so much for the observation. Let's have the second set. I'm going to take only about 4. She can select 4 because we are left with about 11 minutes.
Thank you.
As long as you are brief, maybe you shall take all.
Evans Black is my name, District Staff Surveyor, Chirhura. I note that there's something all of us might have been an oversight on our side, because most of the local government lands, most of us didn't know they would go to LOC. And that's why the member is right that the chairman of the C5 and the cows should have been well represented here, because it's going to be a surprise to them that all the lands that they are called local government lands, they were owned by them, are now going to Uganda Land Commission.
That's not true, what you are saying.
Because
we shall not take stock as long as they give us the records, because we are the custodians, but not that's going to come true.
You will not take the ownership. Okay.
The ownership will remain the local governments.
I note there is going to be, for example, most of the PDAs they are talking about, local governments had taken them over and have been registered now in the names of local governments. And definitely there will be conflict of interest because those PDAs were for Ministry of Works. And also, for example, dams. Most of the dams were for agriculture, but the local government took them over. So you also have to help me on rectify that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Muhereza Wycliffe, Rwajikuta, Senior Management Officer Ntungamo. Thank you for all the presentations. In Ntungamo district, especially in Kashara County and Ruhama County, we have pockets of lands under ULC. You find some village is under ULC. We don't know the extent of that land, where it starts from and where it ends. I tried to explore more of one of the pieces of lands. I found it was mapped out in 1927. Now we have some residents who have been staying there before even independence. Now they are in the process of acquiring land titles, freehold. By the time we reach mapping section, we found they belong under URC. Now it becomes a great disappointment, not only to the applicants, but also who take ourselves to be professionals and experts. We look to be fools. So now I beg the URC to come and help us and map out and show us the extent of that land, so that in the near future we don't also allow the people to apply for them for titling. Another issue is now from the man from Chiruhura, as he said, you are saying not all the lands which were being titled by local government are in the LC. Now there is a conflict. One of my lands in Ntungamo, which belong to one of the land town councils, which have been processing, almost getting finished, now comes in URC applying for it and giving out to an individual. At the end of the day, I was denied that title. I don't know where are we going to end. I think for the meantime, let's stop there.
Let's have 2 more.
Thank you very much. I have 2 or 3 quick ones. My name is Daniel Tashovia. I'm a Senior Assistant Secretary in Shema District Local Government. One is about the many government lands that we used to know as ebitehurizi. Almost in every parish had ebitehurizi. But all these lands were taken by people who quickly got to know about the importance of land, and they even now have titles. As we move down to get these lands back into our government inventory, is it okay to go to those, because the communities know that this land belonged to the government, but somebody snatched it or grabbed it, and they even have titles by now. Some of them, they have constructed other things there. What do we do about such lands? Another one is about these, there are very many lands that used to be communal lands, especially in our area in Shema. Grazing lands. The government would construct deep tanks. And those lands were used by communities. And now the people no longer have many cows. Few people remained with the cows. Eventually, we don't have, the land is not in use. The community is grazing here and there, and it has been encroached. And the children of even those people who were the first people who owned those lands, who were using the deep tanks, are now they have subdivided the land and owned and taken, shared among themselves. What do we do in such cases? My last one is, I heard the minister saying, Church of Uganda, I'm a member of the Church of Uganda, and I subscribe to it actively, but I want to ask myself how the government can prioritize securing land titles for Church of Uganda to a tune of 100% or 90%, forgetting our own. What? Don't say they are coming. We have been here. How many years? We have been here. Why don't we say that at least every district, we now say every parish, we secure, if you have any land that is not titled, at least the government, we plan to secure those lands by government itself, not leaving local governments to do these works, this funding by itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Taylor Patrick Tumsime, Chairperson, District Land Board, Chiruhura. Chiruhura is by nature, I think it is unique. It has ranches. The one you know, the project of Ankore Masaka Ranching Scheme. We have sub-counties that fall there, and even there was a project called SLAC that issued titles to the beneficiaries who got the land allocation from government, like sub-counties of Kanyarieru, Sanga, and Nyakashashara. You are aware that Lake Mburo National Park is also government land, and it neighbors with those sub-counties. But to my concern, the members who were allocated land got titles for freehold. But when the titles reached the ministry, they were deferred. Right now in our land office, we have 934 files pending. If, I don't know, by policy, government decided to give these people land, the farmers, originally they were called squatters. Later they became settlers. Now they applied for freehold to be given freehold titles, certificate of titles. They were denied. Why? Another concern. We have institutions, communal dams that belong to the originary Ankwere Massacre ranching schemes. And yet they fill those forms of, the application forms for freehold. What are we going to do?
Okay, point noted.
Yeah. Another concern, let me tell you. Now, I'm here. Here we are, Chairperson Land Board. We are here, you are again empowering us, or vesting powers so that people can acquire land titles and government land can be put in that land inventory. And yet, we are taken as corrupt people. How are we going to work? Thank you very much. Being addressed as a senior citizen, other than being called chairman, land board.
Thank you very much. I am Nwarinda Emily, the Senior Land Management Officer of Buweju District. According to Section 34, subsection 6, it talks about the approval of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. It talks about the approval by the Parliament for the disposal of government land. Now my question is, where we have received letters or circulars and the permanent secretary is giving an approval, should we call that as parliamentary approval? Because the ones I've received, I've not seen where he's quoting the minute from the parliament. So should we take that as an approval from parliament? Thank you.
So the time we allocated to this session has expired. The very last chance is to the Reverend. In the meantime, those who have not been given opportunity, you can write smartly and precisely what you're asking as they answer. If they find it very urgent that it should be answered, then they'll be able to handle, even as you have not handled the mic. So write and pass it on using
Thank
the
you,
other organizers. Yes,
Chair.
Reverend.
My name is Reverend Joseph Turiamusima, Lands and Estates Officer, Ankole Diocese, representing Associate Professor Sheldon. You do appreciate the work you've done to us, mostly the appreciation of Mbalala City for fighting on government's land. So I thank you for appreciating city, and I've come late, but the reason of coming late is that we are preparing a revival convention of 90 years. So the bishop has been unable for that work. He's so much fixed, so he sent me to come on his behalf. And I was happy to see that as soon as I've reached here, I found two facilitators, and I've captured what they've given us. So I thank Mason and Dutu for giving us a handout. So my request now goes to Dennis also to give us another handout such that we can cope with them. So I was very much surprised because when Commissioner Winfred was giving us the percentage of government land titles being at 26%, like she used like 70% is not titled as a government. I was so much scared. The government is the owner of everything. When we look into the percentages of the land they've titled, it's less. And yet the government is asking the church just to give lease to them. But for me, I may request the government to work tooth and nail, first to capture the land that is grabbed on the side of the government. For us, we work with the government, and I think most of the institutions and whatever that comes in, we always support. And I think our schools given to which are aided by the government have some land titles, and I think the way how we used how to formulate and make those land titles, when we are making them, we remained with the ownership as the government also remained with its ownership. We said that we must give you this land, we title it, but when we allow the government to use it, we put in brackets the name of the church, meaning that we remain with the ownership. Once you lose the ownership, so it means that you lose everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend. Ladies and gentlemen, you appreciate that we've really run short of time, and we have in mind the distances you have to travel at closure of this workshop, and there will also be administrative issues to handle after the closure. So let me ask Dennis to precisely and see how to answer or handle some of these issues that have been raised, so that we go into the closing ceremony.
Thank you, Session Chair. I will still attempt a good number, and maybe at some point request the Secretary to come in on issues which may be touch policy. Mr. Black, you were first answered, we are not taking local government land. The land that is owned by local governments remains under local governments, but we are just taking stock of the land. However, you also went ahead and mentioned that you have titled PIDAs. That is very wrong. That land is government land. Please, if you've titled them in the name of the district, kindly surrender them to Uganda Land Commission. That was very, very irregular. We shouldn't do that. Then I talked about pockets of land under yours in Ntungamo, and the participant asked the commission to come and map them out and show them where they pass, so that they are not embarrassed as technical gurus. Well, we have started already. We are coming to identify open boundaries, capture developments on the land, levels of encroachment. We have started. But also, as the technical people, when you get the application, do due diligence before presenting it to the board for approval. You do due diligence, these offices are open. You don't need to get the file, then you proceed and say you have approved. You mentioned about the conflict, the town council. That matter is, we really need to work together to ensure that all these government lands are identified, mapped, and captured in the inventory. I had earlier stated that what will be done to those who have come in there, that will come after the exercise, and it will be handled on case-by-case basis. And then Chairman, Senior Citizen, talked about granting freeholds and then they were deferred, but you did not give us the reason for deferral by the ministry or zonal office. But I think I saw the principal land management officer here. I don't know whether he's still here. Probably he can shed some light, or the registrar, the senior registrar at the zonal office. Probably they can shed some light on that. But maybe they can shed some light and we get to know exactly the reason for the deferral. I don't think it was in bad faith, but probably there was a reason. I think the other issues of being called corrupt, I think everyone who works in lands, Mr. Nyumba always tells us that whenever you tell someone you work in lands, they say, those are thieves. It is a collective responsibility for us who work in lands to clean our image so that that title of being thieves is taken. Mr. Chairman, not only the boards, all of us are labeled corrupt. So we need to work together and clear our names so that we give timely delivery of services. I think maybe Winnie, did you pick what the Reverend talked? I didn't pick it up.
Well, Winnie, yes.
Thank you.
We are not hearing.
What I picked from that when government is acquiring land from churches, should also these titles be registered in both names of the church together with the government entity. To me, I think this shouldn't be right, because as far as I know, churches usually give leases to the government departments and ministries. So there is no need for, again, indicating the church name on the leasehold title, since the church retains the reversionary interest in either the milo or the freehold title where the lease is processed from. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie. We also received some written comments. Session Chair, you never asked the people writing to write their names. So most of them are now anonymous. There are a number of institutions located on people's Milo land. How do we handle such cases? Of course, Milo is private. I would imagine that is private Milo. And there is recognition of bona fide and lawful occupancy, meaning that the Milo owner cannot actually chase away the institution. But if we need to have registrable interest, the MDA or local government has to engage the Milo owner to be able to maybe acquire the registrable interest. But again, you go ahead and say, we have one in the district, the owner was compensated by the government, but he claims he hasn't received his full pay, so he can't give titles to individuals in his Milo title. Give us the details of this Milo owner, the plot number and block number, so that we can follow it up in our records. You didn't give in your name, and probably that's that. Then there is one, government contracted Slack to make land titles for Ntungamo in 2024. Up to now, we don't know the fate of the 31,000 titles. I hope the representative of the PS has captured this. We shall capture them and include them in the report, because we may not have time to answer each and every question that is written down.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, can we give a thunderous hand clap to this team that has responded to some of our concerns and questions? Some of them, as he has said, have not been answered on the spot, but have been taken note of and will be followed up. In case the concern you wrote would need to be given direction which district or which category you fall, you better follow it up and include that on the note. The notes are all here with the technical team. And as they go back to resume their seats, and as we prepare to go into the closing ceremony, I think Secretary of the Commission and the organizers, because of the oversight that some of the key power centers have not been invited to some of these workshops, it will be a good follow-up approach for the regions that we have covered, that a formal communication by the Secretary of the Commission to the effect that what are deemed actionable areas for the districts can be put down for them, to avoid an area that they will think that these technical officers are imposing some matters onto their offices because they are political leaders. But if it comes out clearly that we anticipate or we think or we expect this focal person, the submission of the available government land records, and the fact that we expect them to customize and go down. Somebody asked, and I think it hasn't been answered. Somebody was asking, shall we be able to go down lower than this in this kind of mobilization or awareness approach? So I think all this, they will need to be told formally so that they can take it as serious as we want it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to the closing ceremony. May I invite the chairperson to take a front seat here of the commission. And also may I invite the Cow Shema district, Madam Rose Kebirungi, wherever you're seated, come forward. And may I have the RDC in Ntungamo, Miss Mariam Kagaiga, also take position as we go into the closing ceremony of our workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for the kind of patience and commitment you have exhibited. And your being here up to this moment is a clear testimony that you have touched a lot of importance to this very important activity that is going to take place all over the country, but now specifically for your region of Ankole. May I now, on behalf of the organizers, take the opportunity to invite the cow, Shema, to make some remarks. Cow, make your remarks as we conclude the workshop. You can come over here. Yep.
Good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the protocol already established. My name once again is Kebirungi Rose. I'm the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, Shema District Local Government. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of us for attending this important workshop. We have been very attentive since morning, and I want to represent the technical arm of this workshop to pass out these remarks. First of all, I thank the government of Uganda for providing the budget to carry out inventory on public land, because public land, as earlier speakers, will be for us all, and if it is gone, we shall all lose important physical infrastructure that are put on public land. I want to thank Uganda Land Commission and the entire staff for the successes already registered. And I want to thank the technical team I'm representing here. We have been doing a lot in taking inventory, processing titles for public land and private lands. And we are doing a lot on the ground. However, I want to add my voice on the people who have castigated the land grabbers, the vices, different vices. I want us to repent. Repenting is the only option we have now. I know there are few cases, there might be few cases, but they spoil the names of other innocent officers. So those few cases, if they are there, it's time to repent. I want to solicit my commitment from my fellow stakeholders on this cause of taking comprehensive inventory on public land. However, there is a note I have noted here where they said PIDA land does not belong to local government. I have a fear that that lacuna will be taken advantage of, because Uganda Land Commission is a bit up, and if local government does not take a faster step, so that PIDA land will face the tragedy of the commons. It is not for us. The owners are up there, so there must be some serious strategy of reaching out that PIDA land. I also have a request of having affirmative action, maybe like a specific desk at AMISO office for titling of public lands. Because at times we ask these officers, the staff surveyor, the senior land management officer, that why are you not bringing our titles? They tell us, you see, it is first in, first out, and you find like a local government has paid money. Today we are in August, and the financial year ends when the title is not yet out. So we request that titling of public land be given a priority and the process becomes quick, so that we get our titles. Finally, I want to thank my dear participants. We have been very attentive. In fact, I have seen land is the most important asset we have. Some of the workshops, you see people jumping up and down, but we have been very active, and with feed, we are going to add on the objective of the organizer of this workshop. Members, let us go down and take inventory and inform. Let us not keep the information tukabachitandgaho tukabantu manyango ogwa kiyebachi itaka, but ushanga takwenda kuchigamba. Let us inform the key people so that our land is secured, because this land will benefit us, it will benefit our children and our grandchildren. With those many words, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you and bye-bye to the participants and the organizers. Safe journey, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Cow Ntungamo. Let's give her another hand clap. Another round of hand clap to her, ladies and gentlemen, for those remarks and the requests that he has made on behalf of the others, as you have heard. May I now invite the RDC, the cows from Shema, the RDC of Ntungamo, Madam Mariam Kagaiga, come and make your remarks as we close this very important workshop. Welcome her with some hand clapping.
The participants, allow me to stand on the protocol because of the interest of time. My name is Kagiga Miriam Mugisha, the RDC, Ntungamo district. Kindly allow me to recognize the deputy cow of Ntungamo district. He has moved out. Oh, the deputy cow is there. Team from Ntungamo district, can you stand up for recognition? In the Bible, normally God say, when they give you opportunity, you have to use it. So since I have got opportunity, let me recognize my team, which I have come with.
I want to thank the minister in the absence here and the team. Since morning, the way we have come, we are not going to go back as the same. I think since Uganda Land Commission was formed in 1995, allow me all of you to clap for the Chief in Command, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He was seeing far that at one day, this thing, it will happen. So for that matter, that's why he appointed the 6 top leaders headed by the Professor Pen Mongin Nyeko, who is the chairperson, and his team. Now that team is composed of the 3 energetic women. That's how we have Minister of Lands, Honorable Minister Judith Nabakova. And we have our own Harriet, who was here. I think she has wrapped it all. And when you put another one, Honorable Pastor Namuganza, I think it is not going to fail. I always, whenever I get a chance to talk about our president, God gave him a vision. Because for us ladies, when we touch something, we are like a tick, a ngoha. All of you know tick. So, the ladies, when you touch something, you have to get it. Members, you will agree with me that our Honorable Minister, in the morning, in her opening remarks, she said before she goes away, she has to make sure other team whom we are here, they have to go first. Now, my humble request, really, Uganda Land Commission, we as RDCs, you have saved us. My senior commissioner, Kamwine, she has talked about it. The RDCs who are in the house, first stand up for recognition. We have Deputy RDC from Isinjiro, Deputy RDC from Chiruhura. We have been there working with our team. To me, as in the RDC in Tungamo, I'm happy with my lands officer. He's a senior, but he has tried. In fact, that's why he has grown gray hair. He has tried his level. You can see him. He has tried his level best. But this business of broking and saying tomorrow we are giving you information, it has made him to grow white hair. But I think today God has answered you. And where I am as the RDC, tonight I'm going to sleep. In fact, I'm going to stay here. Because Uganda Land Commission, you have really pulled me from 100 at least to 60. Why am I saying this? You find, like in Intungamo, we have some hills. Somebody hill is like this. One is staying here, another one is there. It is there are 3 people who are staying on that hill. So by the time you hold a meeting, letters they are writing them, Mr. PSC, RDC is corrupt, land office is corrupt. But now, our team, let's love our country. Let's not shame our president who appointed us in different posts. Now, let's serve. I think my senior Kamwine, she has been fighting for where the office is because it has been taken away. 2 weeks from now, I think she will get an answer. You already have it. We can clap for God has answered her. Dear participants who are here, even in the Bible, God talked about it. That when you repent, your sins will be given. One who has been using this pen like this and has been turning it like this, trying to say this land title, instead of Miriam Mugisha, it is for Jane. Kindly go back and kneel down and pray to God that from today, this evening, I'm going to turn back this pen up so that I write the correct information. Our participants, you will agree with me. Our dear president, our chief in command, he has done it all, but it is we people who have disappointed him. Good enough, me, I'm like the mayor Kachebezi. The time I have served in government, I have not disappointed him because I know where I came from. That's why you see Kachebezi was saying that at least I saw the smaller portion which I was having, which of the father he gave it him, and he acquired the plot which he can manage. Same applies to me. So the participants who have come to attend, who has represented your bosses, go back, revisit the files, revisit. When they talk about the MSO offices, I think when the minister come to MBARARA, we shall going to have another baram. But the MSO staff who are here, go back, get saved, then your sins shall be given. With those few words, because I'm sure God gave me so many words, and I'm a politician, you know it, but at least what I have learned today, I will go back. Good enough in Tungamo, we have a big representative. We shall go back and implement. And what I want to assure you, Uganda Land Commission, for us, we are ready. In Tungamo, we are going to work with you. Don't hesitate to call us anytime. We shall be there. We have to make sure we have to implement this policy which you have brought to as a new chapter of stand and no sleep, and we are going to fight corruption. I want to thank so much all the presenters. You have presented it well. And I'm sure all the participants are happy because you can see everybody is not sleeping. They are very busy listening. Among those people who are happy, it is the Church of Uganda, Anglican. At least for them, they have got their land titles. And you have done it well. So let's keep loving our country. Let's keep patriotic. Let's help each other. All of us, we are not angels. Where we find somebody has made a mistake, please, we are there to correct us. Otherwise, thank you so much for listening to me, and I'm thankful to God and the team for giving me this opportunity as the RDC in Tungamo to give the closing remarks. May God bless you and you reach safely while you are going to implement what you have learned from here.
Yeah, Madam RDC deserves another round of applause for the remarks she has made. And now I take the singular honor and privilege to invite the chairperson of the Uganda Land Commission to officially close the workshop. Ndugu Bujara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Session Chair. I beg your prayers so that my feet can fit in those and fit in the feet of the professor. My name is Augustine Bujara. I'm a senior member of the commission in my 7th year, but I was transiting from one of you as a local government practitioner, and therefore I claim to be your own. Fellow participants, the protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a great day. It has been successful. I want to take this opportunity to thank Uganda Land Commission for ably and effectively organizing these regional workshops very successfully. This is the fourth regional workshop, as they informed you this morning, and all of them have been very successful. I would want to thank the Commission Chairperson, Professor Nyeko Penmogi, as indeed a professor. He trains all commissioners. He observed that I did not have a place to chair, but he has spread the training to me to close the session. Thank you, Professor. Professor is in the house, but he had a bad voice and has requested me to represent him. Thank you very much for delegating duties very well. I want to thank the Ministry of Lands. Uganda Land Commission is an agency in the Ministry of Lands. We thank you very much, our ministry, for giving us correct policy guidance and putting your weight, giving us the support in organizing these regional workshops. Your presence and close support to Uganda Land Commission as an agency under your ministry legitimizes much of the work we are doing. We thank you very much for that activity. The working relationship between the ministry and the Uganda Land Commission is very cordial. This has been testified by the presence of all the ministers in person. In Buganda 1 and 2, the senior minister herself was present and opening all our workshops. Today, in the fourth Ankole regional workshop, you have seen how the magic shot of the Minister of State for Lands for herself has been here and is still with us on the journey to the Kigezi region. We are very grateful for that, and we don't take you for granted. Thank you very much for that, and we pray that that continued good working relationship and support be strengthened further and further. This morning, I was inspired greatly by His Worship the Mayor. I want to take my single honor and privilege to thank His Worship the Mayor Kachebezi for setting the tone. The mayor apologized for the hard talk, the first hard talk in the morning. That hard talk tending to emotional set the talk of the day. That was a reflection of the seriousness we are now attaching to the issue we are undertaking. We want to, the chairperson the chairperson would like to assure the people of MBARARA that the process of resolving the conflict of Rwenjeru is on. Uganda Land Commission is the implementing agency of the matter. We are implementing the presidential directive. Already, an engagement with the community was made, and I have the pleasure to have been one of those who went to Rwenjeru on site, and we held the successful community engagement. At that engagement, we agreed on a number of action points. One was that the people who sold the land but retained the titles of the fertile valley land should submit their titles to government, to Uganda Land Commission, for further acquisition of that land, so that we can secure the land first for the people as directed by the president. We are aware of the old methodology of work. I advise that we can use the carrot and stick methodology to resolve the issue of Rwenjeru. I am very happy that the RCC herself has sat with us from morning up to now. Madam RCC, I want to inform you that during the time we visited Rwenjeru, in my own presence, and your sister in front of you, that time your office was unfortunately supporting the land grabber. And your office was the one putting and evicting the people into prison. And that is how they were led to court. I'm very happy that today it is the other way around. You are now with the people. We advised that that court case be removed from court amicably, and then they bring the titles for acquisition by government. It is my humble advice that, Madam RDC, you take it up as a local leader with authority representing the president, to invite those people who have the titles on which the Wananchi are staying. You invite them to your office, you guide them, you lead them to Uganda Land Commission to hand over their titles, and we acquire them. A team will come here, the process of acquisition will begin, they will be paid off. Fast forward, we shall secure the land for the people, and the punishment, the stick for those who made mistakes can follow when we have, or concurrently, but when we have secured the land for the people. I also want to take this opportunity to assure the people of MBARARA City that there is an issue of the land of the former kingdom of the kingdom of Angola, which was acquired by government. The whole of Kachika Cell, including the now contested Kamukuzi land, was acquired by government. Uganda Land Commission wishes to assure you that as we carry out this exercise of the national government land inventory, the success of the land inventory will enable us now to demarcate systematically the land for the people in Kachika sale and issue them with government land titles. At this juncture, we would like to add our caution on top of those who have already spoken that much of that land of Kachika sale has been titled in freehold by MBARARA District Land Board. We are very grateful and thankful to MBARARA City Land Board for being exemplary and not titling government land. It's headed by my former colleague, Mr. John Balabanawe. Convey my gratitude for that exemplary practice of not titling government land. It is also important to remind you that issuing a freehold on government land is a crime. It is an offense. Because freehold is held in eternity. It is held forever. If you issue freehold on government land, it means you have divested land resources from government to an individual for eternity. And therefore, Uganda Land Commission in practice does not issue freehold titles. We want to put it categorically clear that Uganda Land Commission does not issue freehold land titles because that means divesting itself of government land and will be irrelevant. On another note, it is also important to remind you and call upon you that all those people who are holding government leases should pay for their ground rent. Ground rent is a contract. It is part of the lease agreement that you pay annual ground rent. And I wish to also caution that failure to pay ground rent is a breach which can lead to the cancellation of the title. Therefore, I want to advise that those who have leases should pay ground rent. Our participants, thank you very much for being very good students. You have been calm, peaceful since morning up to now. I therefore thank you very much. It has been a one-day session, but we have learned a lot. We appeal to you that what we have learned here be put into practice. With these remarks on behalf of the chairperson, may I take this opportunity and privilege to have this function closed. I thank you very much and wish you safe journey back home to your various places of abode. I thank you for God and my country.
Gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to Masaka City.
I want also to thank the chair, ULC, for those closing remarks. Members, you will pardon me because of the rain. I may not be all that very audible, but administrative announcements. One is we have evening tea. It is ready. You may pick a cup of tea. Then the second one is we shall be paying you per diem and then also transport refund, as was indicated in the invitation letter. So the other behind table is where we are going to pay the allowances. Participants from Isingiro, Mitoma, Ivanda, and Bushenyi, they will be paid by Nicholas, the gentleman waving behind there. And then participants from MBARARA, Buhweju, Kazo, and Shema will be paid by Sylvia, that lady waving. And then participants from Ntungamo, Kiruhura, Rwampara, and Rubirizi will be paid by Sharon, that lady over there. So I want also to wish you journey masses as you're going back home. But also in the evening, we also have 2 radio talk shows. One on Radio West, starting at 8 and ending at 9, and then another one on UBC Radio, starting at 8 and ending at 10. May I now request Reverend Father Innocent to give us a closing prayer as we are going back home.
By names of Reverend Father Innocent K. Muhwezi, the Diocesan Land Supervisor of the Archdiocese of MBARARA. It is right and just that we thank the unmoved mover who has sustained us since morning. And I will kindly ask that for those who are receiving their tea and maybe their transport, they can offer me a minute. And I read you, we thank God. Heavenly Father, with grateful hearts, we thank you for guiding our time together today. It has been a workshop with and for a purpose. We are grateful for the wisdom. We are grateful for the clarity. And we are very grateful for the unity expressed at this workshop by different speakers. As we get back to our different districts for implementation, we ask you to grant us strength to carry out this implementation with justice, stewardship, and care for the common good. Heavenly Father, as we leave this place, we ask for your protection. Watch over every participant as they travel back to their homes. Grant them journey mercies and smooth roads, and be key as they drive. And bring each one of us to our families in peace. We make our prayer through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God forever and ever. For those who believe in the blessing of an anointed minister, may the blessings of Almighty God the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit descend upon you and accompany you and be with you now and forever. I wish you the best.
Government land inventory should ultimately provide government with a reliable, structured, and continuously updatable picture of its land assets.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to my
we are dealing with an issue of land, government land, which is cross-cutting in terms of different perspectives, different dimensions, different institutions, different stakeholders. But at the end of the day, we all have a role to play. We want to make sure that government land is identified, is protected.
There are specific objectives as to why we are here today. One is to create awareness on the development of a government land